Greetings and salutations, friends. We are once again back and exploring our new series, Enduring Mysteries. Tonight is one of my favorites. I first heard about this sometime in the 90s and got John Keel's book, The Mothman Prophecies. John Keel is the original sort of civilian, I suppose, investigator who went down to Point Pleasant after reading some of these reports in the local newspaper of a mysterious winged creature that was being observed and sighted, and people were making reports to local authorities. It became a national story at the time. So some would argue that the Mothman has been with us forever. I've heard other researchers sort of linking the mystery of the Mothman with mythological birdman creatures. And we see historical evidence of birdmen. I guess that's the only way you could describe them is birdmen throughout history. Most notably, of course, in ancient Egypt, where there are many paintings of some of the Egyptian gods, which had the body of a man and the head of a bird. And there are also other examples in other forms of mythology of mysterious birdmen, winged creatures that were somewhat like a man and somewhat like a bird, usually depicted with wings. And I also always found it interesting that many of the depictions of the mythological birdmen were always sort of warriors with weapons. So, but for our purposes tonight, we're going to be focusing on where it began in more modern times, the legend of the mysterious Mothman. And that would be in 1966 in Point Pleasant. I mentioned that John Keel was the original investigator covering the case. He did so along with local newspaper reporters who were already covering some of the sightings' help. Now, legend has it that the Mothman, which originated really in Point Pleasant, the original sightings in 1966, legend has it that the Mothman lives in a mysterious area near Point Pleasant called the TNT area. A strange and mysterious place. The TNT area, I'm going to share my screen, is the site of former weapons manufacturing facilities that were in use during World War II. And if you take a look at the TNT area in Point Pleasant, West Virginia, this looks like a place a monster lives. That's what I'm going to say. So there are some mysterious underground facilities that people have located in this area. And again, these are former munitions manufacturers that were in use during World War II. Now, by 1966, most of them were shut down. The area was cordoned off because there may still be dangerous or hazardous materials, even explosives. But it became, this area became something of a lover's lane, if that makes sense. Teenagers would drive there, hang out there, drink there. And some of the Mothman sightings were in and around this mysterious TNT area, as it's called. We could see some underground facilities, bunkers of sorts. So, yes, a very mysterious place that some attributed, some decided after the Mothman was seen a multitude of times in this area that this is indeed where the Mothman lived. He lived inside these tunnels that are throughout this complex, apparently. And interestingly, many of these things are still there. If you drive down to Point Pleasant, West Virginia, you can just walk around this place. It's not very well secured anymore, which is an interesting field trip. If you're so inclined, I encourage you to go down to Point Pleasant, West Virginia, and also make sure that you visit this place where many of the sightings were. So it's interesting. We can trace the very first sighting of the Mothman to the year 1966. And this is where the story gets creepy, because apparently the first two people that actually saw the Mothman and reported seeing it were two grave diggers in Clendenin, West Virginia, which is near Point Pleasant. These two grave diggers were at a cemetery, and they were digging a grave in that cemetery. This was their job. And they saw a black, shadowy, strange figure fly over their heads while they were digging a grave in the cemetery they worked in. So yes, the first two people who actually saw the mysterious Mothman were digging a grave in a graveyard at the time. Graveyards are creepy enough, but add a flying winged man with glowing red eyes, it's almost too much. The sightings would later come to Point Pleasant, West Virginia. People were reporting seeing it in and around the TNT area and other areas surrounding Point Pleasant, West Virginia. The frequency of the sightings ramped up after the first few media reports. So it may be that the media played a role in the wave of sightings in 1966 in Point Pleasant. We have a lot of the original reports. In fact, I was able to locate one of the original newspaper articles that was from 1966. It's titled "Couples See Man-Sized Bird Creature Something," and we're going to cite fair use. I'm going to share my screen here. This is an interesting article from the time, and will give us some historical perspective. This is a transformative work. We're going to cite fair use here, citing this article as we educate the public and discuss the contents of the article. So it's titled "Couples See Man-Sized Bird Creature Something." The following is a Point Pleasant Register article from Wednesday, November 16th, 1966, titled "Couples See Man-Sized Bird Creature Something." The article states two Point Pleasant couples said today they encountered a man-sized bird-like creature in the TNT area about midnight last night. Sheriff's deputies and city police went to the scene about 2 o'clock this morning, but were unable to spot anything. But the two young men telling their story this morning were dead serious and asserted they hadn't been drinking. Steve Millette of 3305 Jackson Avenue and Roger Scarberry of 809 30th Street described the thing as being about 6 or 7 feet tall, having a wingspan of 10 feet, and red eyes about 2 inches in diameter and 6 inches apart. One witness described it, saying it was a man with wings, Millette said. It wasn't like anything you'd seen on TV or in a monster movie. The men and their wives were in Scarberry's car between 11:30 p.m. and midnight when they spotted the creature near the old power plant adjacent to the old National Guard Armory buildings. And again, those National Guard Armory buildings were in that so-called TNT area. So this is very close to other later reported sightings. The creature was seen standing on 3 occasions and was described as being extremely fast. It flew about 100 miles an hour in flight, but it was a clumsy runner. Deputy Millard Halstead said he had seen dust in the vicinity of a coal field, but it could have been caused by the bird, he said. "I'm a hard guy to scare," Scarberry said, "but last night I was for getting out of there." The article goes on to state they did just that, but the thing followed them. They said it was hovering over the car, apparently gliding until they reached the National Guard Armory on Route 62. "We went downtown, turned around, and went back, and there it was again," Millette said. "It seemed to be waiting on us." He said the light gray creature then scurried through a field. It had flown across the top of the car. "It is apparently afraid of light," Millette reasoned. "And maybe it thought it was scaring us off." The young men said they saw the creature's eyes, which glowed red. And this is an important point, because the reports after this, many of them cited that the creature had glowing red eyes. The eyes glowed red only when their light shined on it. and it seemed to want to get away from the lights. They said it looked like a man with wings, but that the head was not an outstanding characteristics. Both were slightly pale and tired from lack of sleep during the night following their harrowing experience. They speculated that the thing was living in the vacant power plant, possibly in one of the huge boilers. There are pigeons in all the other buildings, Millett said, but not in that one. Interesting. The article goes on to, the witness goes on to state, if I had seen it well by myself, I wouldn't have said anything, Scarberry commented, but there were 4 of us who saw it. They said it didn't resemble a bat in any way, but maybe you would visualize as an angel. The last time they saw it, it was at the gate of the C.C. Lewis farm on Route 62. They heard a sound of wings flapping, and they said the bird rose straight up like a helicopter. This doesn't have an explanation to it, Millett said. It was an animal, but nothing like I've seen before. When asked if they were going back to look for the creature, yes, Millett said, this afternoon and again tonight. Today, Scarberry said, but tonight, I don't know. And here we see the original actual newspaper article. And by the way, it's interesting that, there are collectors of memorabilia of cryptid creatures and monsters and Bigfoot sightings. And in doing my research, I noticed that you could buy framed copies of this original newspaper article, the first newspaper article about the legendary, mysterious Mothman. I find that interesting, and I may get that and hang it on my wall here, just as a nod to the history of these strange phenomenon. Interesting to note that if you do happen to ever go to Point Pleasant, West Virginia, what you find is a sleepy small town that's in all ways that I could see unremarkable. In other words, nothing really stands out. It seems to be a sleepy small town. There's a local diner, a local general store. It's almost a land that time forgot. But Point Pleasant, because of the Mothman, has become a lot like Roswell in that there is a Mothman museum there. I visited, and there is a Mothman diner, which is interesting, a whole diner that's themed with Mothman, and you can go and get a bite to eat and also buy some Mothman collectibles like t-shirts, hats, pins, all kinds of things. And of course, they sell some of the Mothman books in that diner, and again in the actual museum. So the reports continued past 1966 in the Point Pleasant area. And it's very interesting that later, John Keel and others, the original investigator, would speculate that the sightings of the Mothman in the Point Pleasant area had something to do with the impending bridge tragedy that would happen. And interestingly enough, it has been said by many people that sightings of the Mothman are a harbinger of tragedy to come. And this has, of course, led to speculation that these are some sort of warning, angel warning, or interdimensional being warning of impending death and catastrophic doom. There have been Mothman sightings, apparently, at the Fukushima plant before that happened, and also in Russia, and many other tragic events. 9/11, people claim there was Mothman sightings right before 9/11. An interesting side note to the Mothman phenomenon is that when there becomes a hotspot of Mothman sightings, shortly thereafter, there generally tends to be a big tragedy happen. In the case of Point Pleasant, it was a bridge collapse. Now, the bridge collapse would later be shown to be not attributable to supernatural means, of course, but structural error. But nonetheless, John Keel believed that people connected the Mothman sightings to the Silver Bridge tragedy because they were trying to make sense of a senseless event. And more on John Keel, because I think it's important that we recognize John Keel's role in popularizing the myth of the mysterious Mothman. John Keel was an interesting figure. In today's terms, he might be considered a conspiracy land character because he covered strange and unusual topics. Um, Much like a Nick Redfern of today, or someone like McMars. But he was from another era and certainly an interesting guy. Besides writing the original Mothman book, he also was an independent writer who wrote for many different magazines like Weird Tales and Men's Adventure magazine and more. So, just a note on John Keel, the original, really the person that popularized the Mothman. Keel was born in Hornell, New York, the son of a small time band leader. His parents separated, and he was raised by his grandparents. We'll move on to his career. It's interesting. After he left the military, he worked as a foreign radio correspondent in Paris, Berlin, Rome, and Egypt. In 1957, he published Jadoo, a book describing his time in Egypt and India, investigating the Indian rope trick. The Indian rope trick is one of those things. You ever see this? It's where an Indian sorcerer will throw a rope up in the air, and then a little boy will climb all the way up the rope. And some people didn't believe that that trick was real, that it was just a myth. John Keel investigated that, and given my history in the world of stage magic, I have that book. And that, of course, is an interesting read. He also covered the legendary Yeti. In 1966, he produced The Spy and the Superhero spoof novel and The Fickle Finger of Fate, influenced writers such as Charles Forth. He began contributing articles to, here's where we tie into all the strange stuff, the Flying Saucer Review. And he took up investigating UFOs with assorted Fortania as a full-time pursuit. So John Keel became a full-time UFO investigator in the year 1966. Keel analyzed what he calls windows and waves, or flaps as they are often called, or reported UFO events, concluding that a disproportionate number occurred on Wednesdays and Saturdays. I never knew that. Apparently, more UFO flaps occur on Wednesdays and Saturdays than any other day of the week. Keel was a member of the Screenwriters Guild, and Keel reportedly wrote scripts for Get Smart, The Monkees, Mac and Meyer for Hire, and Lost in Space. Here's something that I found extremely interesting and that I never knew. But in 1967, Keel popularized the term Men in Black in an article from Men's Adventure magazine Saga entitled UFO Agents of Terror. And in that article, by the way, he basically tells the story of the Men in Black from the government, some shadowy government organization that comes to shut people up once they've seen a UFO. It's interesting that he rejected the extraterrestrial hypothesis. This Wikipedia article says that, like contemporary 1960s researchers such as J. Allen Hynek and Jacques Vallée, Keel was initially hopeful he could somehow validate the prevailing extraterrestrial visitation hypothesis. However, after a year of investigations, Keel concluded that extraterrestrial hypothesis was untenable. Indeed, both Hynek and Vallée eventually arrived at a similar conclusion, as Keel himself wrote. Abandoned the extraterrestrial hypothesis in 1967 when my own field investigations disclosed an astonishing overlap between psychic phenomenon and UFOs. The objects and apparitions do not necessarily originate on another planet and may not even exist as permanent constructions of matter. It is more likely that we see what we want to see and interpret such visions according to our own contemporary beliefs. And this leads into the extra-dimensional consciousness aspects of the world of UFOs. Many people believe that UFOs are not physical objects, but rather manifestations of our own consciousness or interpretation of some form of energy, and not really physical structures. In UFO's Operation Trojan Horse, Keel argues that the non-human or spiritual intelligence source has staged whole events over a long period of time in order to propagate and reinforce certain erroneous belief systems. For example, monsters, ghosts, and demons, the fairy faith in Middle Europe, vampire legends, mystery airships in 1897, mystery aeroplanes in the 1930s, mystery helicopters, anomalous creature sightings, poltergeist phenomena, balls of light, and UFOs. Keel conjectured that ultimately all of these anomalies are a cover for the real phenomenon. He used the term, and where have we heard this before, friends? Apparently, he coined this term as well, ultra terrestrials, to describe UFO occupants he believed to be non human entities capable of taking on whatever form they want. In Our Haunted Planet, Keel discussed the seldom considered possibility that the alien visitors to Earth are not visitors at all, but an advanced Earth civilization. So we've heard some of these things before, but to me, it was very interesting to see that John Keel has been the genesis of many of this UFO mythology that we have today that is just accepted as very good possibilities. Um, so, not visitors at all, but an advanced Earth civilization, which may or may not be human. Interdimensional life is also considered. And in 1975, of course, he put out his book, The Mothman Prophecies. It was Keel's accounts of his investigation into alleged sightings in and around Point Pleasant, West Virginia, of a huge winged creature called Mothman. The book combines Keel's account of receiving strange phone calls with reports of mutilated pets and culminates with the December 15th, 1967 collapse of the Silver Bridge across the Ohio River. The book was widely popularized as the basis of a 2002 film of the same name starring Richard Gere, Will Patton, Laura Linney, and Alan Bates. And just a note, if you've never seen that Mothman Prophecies movie, it's worth it. It's a good, they veer off from actual history quite a bit. And the main character Richard Gere plays is a combination of Keel and another person. They mentioned that here. Gere and Bates played two parts of Keel's personality. Bates' character was Leek, which was Keel spelled backwards, and Gere's character worked for a newspaper, John Klein, also a play on John Keel's name. It's interesting to note that in June 2002 issue of Skeptical Inquirer, journalist John Sherwood, a former business associate of UFO researcher Gray Barker, published an analysis of private letters between Keel and Barker during the period of Keel's investigation. In the article, Gray Barker's Book of Bunk, Sherwood reported finding significant differences between what Keel wrote at the time of his investigation and what he wrote in his first book about the Mothman reports, raising questions about the book's accuracy. Sherwood also reported that Keel, who is well known for writing humorous and outrageous letters to friends and associates, would not assist him in clarifying the differences. So, controversial figure he was, of course, and it's interesting to see that some of his letters between him and a colleague differ very much from what was put in his eventual book. And Keel lived, of course, on the Upper West Side of New York City. He was a lifelong bachelor, and he died July 3rd, 2009 in New York City at the age of 79. So there we get some insight into the original investigator and really the person who popularized the myth of the Mothman. One second as I find additional source materials here. So after 1966, there was a wave of sightings. And according to most of the reports, Mothman is a black 10-foot tall creature with wings and red eyes. I'm going to share my screen with some images that we found during the course of our research here. One second, friends. Okay, I've got some images here, so we can get some visuals here as to what it is that people are saying. This, of course, is our thumbnail for tonight. Thanks very much, Spooky. A mysterious Mothman creature for our series, Enduring Mysteries. You're watching Truth Seekers and our series, Enduring Mysteries, The Mysterious Mothman. So let's get to the creature. And most of the reports from West Virginia and even more modern reports describe it as a man-like creature with arms and legs and also wings. And most people say it's a 10-foot or 12-foot wingspan, which is interesting. I'm not aware of birds with wingspans that big. There are some, but not in that area. So people describe Mothman as a black 10-foot tall creature with wings and red eyes. And shortly after the cemetery incident with the grave robbers that I mentioned, robbers, excuse me, definitely not grave robbers, slip of the tongue. The grave diggers, who originally were the first witnesses to a Mothman sighting, shortly after that, residents of Point Pleasant, West Virginia, a few miles west of Clendenin, claim they saw the monster while driving at night. And we heard the article from the newspaper at the time. They reported that the monster was also commonly seen in that TNT area near town. And some of the locals speculated that perhaps people were really seeing cranes or owls, and others would wonder if the creature was created in some sort of mutation accident involving the chemicals associated with storing TNT. Interesting, and we can get into there are some theories about what Mothman actually is. Now, we mentioned that some people believe that the Mothman is a misidentified animal. I find this to be a little bit of a stretch, because I've seen an owl at night. But one thing I will say is, if you shine a flashlight at some birds or animals in the forest, you're going to see glowing red eyes. So that's interesting. But for someone to mistake a common barn owl or any owl for a man-like creature with legs and arms and wings, it's a little too much. Interestingly, some people depict Mothman as more reptile-like or demonic, I would even say. Others depict him as more bird-like with feathers and wings. And here we see a more, I suppose, demonic or lizard-like explanation. And some, of course, depict him looking a lot more bird-like than man-like. So the reports vary, but most of the reports that I've been able to find and source, they say it's a 10-foot tall man-like creature with wings on his back. And here we see Point Pleasant, West Virginia, where they have a Mothman celebration every year. Interesting to note that Point Pleasant, West Virginia became a lot like Roswell. You know how Roswell sort of cashed in and said, hey, a lot of people want to come here and hear about Roswell and the Roswell crash. So let's have a museum. Let's have some diners or, themed restaurants about aliens in Roswell. Point Pleasant is exactly like that. It's a sleepy small town who they don't got much going on. So every year, though, they host the Point Pleasant Mothman Festival. And here we see a depiction. This is an interesting statue that was erected right in the town square. And I have the inscription is interesting from that statue. It says, "Legend of the Mothman. On a chilly fall night in November 1966, two young couples drove into the TNT area north of Point Pleasant, West Virginia, when they realized they were not alone. What they saw that night has evolved into one of the great mysteries of all time. Hence, the Mothman legacy began. It has grown into a phenomenon known all over the world by millions of curious people asking questions. What really happened? What did these people see? Has it been seen since? It still sparks the world's curiosity. The mystery behind Point Pleasant, West Virginia's Mothman." And this sculpture is by artist and sculptor Bob Roach of New Haven, West Virginia. Here we can see another sort of shadowy, scary depiction here of the Mothman, and a better look at that. It's amazing, actually, sculpture right in the middle of town square, basically Point Pleasant, downtown Point Pleasant, West Virginia. And here we see an owl. And many people believe that what these people were seeing was just a big owl. I find that to be a stretch. And also other people have theorized that it may be a crane or heron, which is a large bird with a 10-foot wingspan. Now, these are possibilities, but I find them to be a little bit of a stretch. So one second, we'll move on to some other materials that I have here to share with you. I'm going to put up my fair use banner because so throughout this, most of these sightings that I've read the sightings reports of, it's 1966, 1967, Point Pleasant, West Virginia. And they sort of reach a a fever point. There becomes more and more sightings as the media reports and the newspaper articles sort of, I believe, fan the flames of people. And it really became a phenomenon in Point Pleasant, West Virginia in 1966, 1967. People were scared to go out at night. Parents would tell their children, be careful, the Mothman will get you if you stay out too late. It really did become sort of a big thing in the town for people to go looking. People would get in their cars and go to that TNT area with flashlights and go looking for the Mothman. So I believe that the media heightened people's awareness and more people began looking for the Mothman. And it's not surprising that many more people began to see or have a sighting of the Mothman. But after the collapse of the bridge, the sightings sort of were gone. It's as if Mothman disappeared. And many people at the time commented that Mothman had flown away, or that Mothman was specifically there at that time and that place to warn them of the impending doom of the Mothman, to warn them of the impending doom of the bridge. Once the bridge had collapsed, some people thought Mothman's mission in this sleepy small town in West Virginia had concluded and he had moved on to other places, because the sightings virtually stopped for many years. But there have been sporadic sightings of Mothman in that area every so often up until modern times. And right now in modern times, there are still Mothman sightings in that area. I'm going to put my fair use banner up here. We have a local news report of a Mothman sighting to share, and the pictures from that are extremely interesting. So we want to make sure that we share that with our audience here. I want to remind everybody that we're going to be sharing a video, but this is a transformative work. We're educating the public. We'll be critiquing and discussing the video we're sharing. And this, of course, is covered under fair use and allowable by law. So let me see here if we can't share this local news report. By the way, I like sharing local news reports because generally they're okay with fair use. And I want to thank them in advance for that. Sometimes you need to share material, and this local news story really gives us a perspective into the more recent sightings. I was surprised to find that there have been, especially in the past few years, a bunch of new sightings of Mothman, and there are good, credible people that are seeing these things. They're not whack jobs. All right, let me share my screen here. Let me try that one more time. Yeah, almost did it. Okay, and this is a local news report.
Hunters in Mason County may need to be on the lookout for something other than deer when they hit the woods this week. Eyewitness News reporter Fallon Pearson shows us what else may be lurking out there too.
Up until Sunday night, he hadn't been spotted recently, but according to these pictures, the legendary Point Pleasant Mothman is back. These pictures
Now here is this picture, which is an incredible picture, because if we see legs, we definitely see legs, we definitely see a head of some sort, and we definitely see wings. But there's a counter theory to these pictures, and we'll talk about that after this news report.
supposedly taken by a man who says he was driving along State Highway 2 in Point Pleasant, saw something jump from tree to tree. So he pulled off the road to take these pictures. The man declined an on-camera interview, but is adamant the pictures are real. And some locals like Carolyn Harris believe it.
It's interesting to note that the person that distributed these photographs remained anonymous and to this day remains anonymous. So that gives me some pause as to, the authenticity of the pictures. If I can't interview the guy who took the pictures and get a sense of his, his integrity, his truthfulness, it gives me a little bit of caution about the pictures.
fact.
I definitely know that the Mothman's real.
Harris has owned the Mothman Diner for 48 years. She also helped start the Mothman Festival. Harris said there's been too many sightings of the Mothman for her not to believe.
First responders and the church department and stuff that I talked to, that they definitely made a believer out of me.
Harris has met many Mothman believers over the years, like the Smiths.
You have eyewitnesses, so you know, yeah, it does have potential, and I do sort of want to believe.
We asked the local Mothman expert and owner of the Mothman Museum, Jeff Wamsley, just how authentic the pictures are. Wamsley said, with modern technology, it's almost impossible to know for sure if the pics are real. But even if they are fakes, the benefits of the Mothman's legend to the town of Point Pleasant are very real.
It's a good thing. A lot of people, it brings a lot of people to the area. It's here to stay. It ain't leaving.
Yeah, it's interesting. The locals love Mothman there. If you go down there, you'll see they're excited about Mothman. They love Mothman because this woman has this little tiny diner in the middle of the town. And most of her business, I would say, or no, in fairness, I'd say 50% of her business was tourists who come in, look at the Mothman statue, go to that Mothman museum, and they have lunch or dinner or breakfast here in her facility. So she's got twice the business that she would have from the locals from the Mothman.
Fallon Pearson, Eyewitness News.
Okay, so I'm going to back that up a little bit here so we can keep a picture here of these pictures. Now, at first, when I saw these pictures, I was convinced this has got to be a flying man, right? This has got to be some kind of Mothman. I mean, look here, we've got legs. You could see a head on this thing. You could see the wings, and it's flying in the sky as they take the pictures. However, a biologist of all things, or I'm sorry, a veterinary biologist, you'll have to excuse me, an animal expert, let's say it that way, an expert on animals once chimed in on these photos, claiming that what this was an owl with a snake in its claws. And that gave me some doubts, because if you look at it again, after being told that is an owl with a snake in its claws, then that kills the legs, right? Because the claws might be here or here, and then the rest is a snake that is dangling in its claws as it's flying to someplace safe to have its meal. Still, I think these pictures are compelling. I'd love to get copies of the original negatives, have them blown up, and or copies of the original digital photos. We don't know how they were taken, whether they were taken with a film camera, digital camera, what. I would like to get original copies so that we could get the very best source material, and then look through, maybe enhance the images and see what it is that I want to see in more detail. And I'm pretty sure if we had good source copied originals, we would be able to see a lot more detail of these photos. Because here it's sort of a black gob in the sky. Yeah, it resembles a bird, and it looks like legs, but are they legs, or is it a dangling snake in the claws of a bird of prey? There are hawks, there are chicken hawks and turkey vultures and owls and eagles and other things that will swoop down, grab a snake, and fly off. So I think the snake explanation definitely holds some validity to me. What do you guys think? Let me know in the comments. Let me know in the live chat. Is this a picture of a real Mothman, or is this a bird flying with a snake in its claws? What do you think? Oh, and I want to take a moment to thank our kind and generous benefactor, Shadow Zone Productions, who sent a $1.49 super sticker. Very kind and generous of you. We're a viewer-supported show, so we appreciate each and every super chat we get. We read every single one. Thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support. Shadow Zone Productions. Yeah, so what else do I have for you? We could talk about the explanations. What is this thing? People have theories. There are some prevailing theories about what Mothman actually is. We're going to go back to our you know, at first, before we get into the possibilities here, I want to read one of the witness reports I found because I found it very compelling. So again, we're going to cite fair use. I'm sharing my screen here. This is an anonymous report. Many people who report Mothman choose to remain anonymous. I guess they're afraid of getting ridiculed, just like UFO witnesses. Who knows? But this location was in Woodstock, Illinois, and I found an inordinate, I would say, amount of Mothman sightings in the Midwest. But this one came from Woodstock, Illinois, and it was reported to Singular Fortean by Lon Strickler. And the witness said, he said that he thought it may have been Bigfoot initially, but then noticed that it had a large set of membrane wings attached to the back, extending over the top of his head. He described the shape of the wings as that of a gargoyle. The body was 8 to 9 feet in height and covered in dark fur. The arms and legs were well defined. And in this sighting, people believe that they got footprints. Now, I went looking and I found a few examples of when people claim they got Mothman footprints, kind of like the Bigfoot, and, you know, people will cast them. But to me, they seem like pareola, is that what it's called? Like when you look at a cloud and you see something in a cloud. I think some of these the so-called footprint evidence is very, very weak. But on to possible explanations. Now, I do recall that the History Channel tested the owl hypothesis, and I don't really recall, but so the first explanation that many people come up with is that these are misidentified animals. And again, I've shined a flashlight in the woods at night and saw glowing red eyes. Sometimes it was a deer, sometimes it was an owl. So the glowing red eyes, to me, is supportive of the theory that these could be misidentified animals. Let me stop for a moment to thank Lon Strickler for a kind and generous $5 super sticker. Thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support of the show. It goes a long way to keeping us producing this content. We're a viewer-supported show. So if you would like to help, there is a money button down there. You can hit it and throw a couple of bucks in our hat and keep us producing this this content and this show. Thank you, Lon Strickler, continuing supporter, for your kindness, your generosity, and your support of the show. So on to the explanations, friends. Theories. I don't want to call them explanations. I want to call these theories. So the first theory, of course, is misidentified animals. Are these mysterious sightings of bird-like men just people seeing an owl? Now, I once had a huge owl fly right by me in the woods, and it was a frightening encounter, I have to say. I was terrified because it came out of nowhere. It was the middle of the night, and all of a sudden there's this big winged creature that flew by me, and it sort of flew in front of me, then over me, and I was terrified. But I knew right away it was a bird, a big bird. Turned out to be an owl. And it's interesting, how many people have, maybe people can agree with me on this point, how many of you have been in the woods and heard whoos, but you never see the owl? So owls tend to be, I almost believe that some people could see a big owl fly near them and mistake it for something more, because it's a rare occurrence to even see an owl. I spend a lot of time in the forest. I hear hooing from owls all the time. I rarely see the owl creating that hooing, but I hear the hoos, right? All the time I hear hoos at the cabin. Sometimes we put a flashlight up in the trees trying to find it, especially if it feels like that it's close, you know, that hooing's real loud. One time we were sitting by the campfire and it was one of these owls would drive me nuts, you know, hoo, hoo, hoo. And we're trying to listen to music and it's blaring, it's who. So we went looking for it, couldn't find it. Eventually, it stopped when we started shining flashlights around. But I think the animal explanation, at least for some of the sightings, may be a valid theory, because you don't see an owl very often. You hear them all the time. I remember even in the city in Philadelphia, you would hear owls, and you're in the middle of a city. Where the hell is an owl? You never see an owl. I've never seen an owl in the city, only in the woods. And I saw one time in a barn too, as well, when I was a kid. But in my entire life, only twice have I been at all close to, oh, maybe 3 times, but once was in a zoo where there was a zookeeper with an owl teaching us about owls. So only 3 times in my life have I been close to an owl. So maybe people who, are not used to seeing owls up close just see this huge winged creature flying over them with a big wingspan, and they get confused. They think it's something more. Now, the animal explanation to me could explain some, but not all of these sightings, because some of these reports, people are adamant. This thing walked on 2 legs. It landed in front of me. It walked on 2 legs right in front of me. It had arms and legs like a person. Those reports are hard to explain away with cranes or with owls, even huge owls. But the other theories, really pick your poison, I guess, right? Pick your preference, I should say. People who are into UFOs and aliens that I've talked to are sure that Mothman is an alien. They know it as a fact. It's a fact. Mothman's an alien. He's an alien from another planet where they have wings and they descended. I had somebody tell me this. I'm just repeating what I've heard. I don't know. So a friend, or maybe colleague of mine who runs a podcast on aliens and UFOs, he's convinced that Mothman is indeed an alien from a planet where, instead of the intelligent species ruling the planet evolving from apes, on the Mothman planet, the prevailing intelligent species evolved from birds. Okay, that's one of the theories, that it's an alien. We talked about misidentified animals, and again, some people claim that the Mothman is confused with a barred owl. I had to look this up. A shitepoke, Shitepoke, which is a heron, a big bird. People think that maybe people are confusing a barred owl, a shitepoke, which is a heron, a big bird, you can look it up, or a sandhill crane, which we showed earlier. I am less than convinced that this could be at least all the reports. You can't explain away all these reports. People are adamant. I saw legs. I saw arms. This was not a bird. It was 8 feet tall. I was standing in one report I saw. Somebody said I was standing near it. I'm 6 foot, and this thing towered over me by 2, 3, maybe 4 feet. Could have been 10 feet tall, this guy said. That sort of eliminates the barnyard owl or barred owl explanation. Now, I wanted to really dig deep into the possible, the theories as to what Mothman was. So, of course, I dug deep into John Keel's book. And John Keel doesn't make absolutist statements. Like, he doesn't say, I'm convinced it's this. He speculates, but in his book, it really appears to me that John Keel believed that this was some sort of interdimensional being, that it was somehow transported into our physical realm from another dimension. That was his belief. And John Keel has spent more time probably investigating Mothman than most other people. After all, he was the originator of the story. John Keel believed that it was some sort of interdimensional being, but that it was related to the phenomenon of ghosts, demons, spirits, and UFOs in some way. That's an interesting theory. And again, the people who are on the side of this as an interdimensional being, most of them believe that this thing is some sort of harbinger of doom. We talked about how people keep seeing Mothman before great tragedies. Before 9/11, people claim to have seen there was Mothman sightings. Before Fukushima, before the meltdown in Russia, in that area, there were Mothman sightings. And I mean, these are on the record. There were sightings of the Mothman before those terrible events happen. So, could the Mothman be some sort of interdimensional being trying to warn us about impending doom? Why is the Mothman sighted so many times before great tragedies? It's one of those tantalizing little aspects of the Mothman story that really make you think and make you wonder, what could it be? And, but to me, I don't understand if it's trying to warn us, why it doesn't just swoop down and talk to us and say, hey, maybe you better shore up that bridge because its structure is terrible and it's going to collapse. We don't get that. We just get sightings of Mothman. Now, an interesting point also of people who are seeing Mothman that I really want to stress is that many of the sightings, people report having these strange emotional waves come over them. Now, certainly, if you're going to see something otherworldly like this, you're going to be afraid. But many people have reported some sort of emotional feeling of impending doom and gloom after the sighting that lasts like an emotional hangover for weeks after their sightings. So could it be that this creature can somehow project emotions into people? Just another strange part of the story. So finally, I talked to a theologian who looked over some of the reports and the pictures for me. And this is why some of this stuff is very interesting to me, because we talked about how my friend, who is a big believer in UFOs and aliens, is convinced that Mothman is an alien from a planet inhabited by bird people. John Keel and others believe it's some sort of interdimensional being with some sort of connection to ghosts, spirits, etc. The theologian that I spoke to, he's a Catholic priest. He told me that's a demon. That's absolutely a demon. And I said, well, I thought demons didn't have bodies. And, no, a demon can appear in whatever form it wishes. But this is a demon. The leathery wings, people describe it as being gargoyle-like. That's a fallen angel. That's a demon. And I try to press this priest for, okay, but why is a demon just like flying around people and scaring them? And he didn't really have an answer. But he was convinced that Mothman is a demon. And there are also reports from John Keel. John Keel had strange phenomenon surrounding him during the entire time he was investigating Mothman. John Keel was getting strange phone calls with robotic voices warning him of things. And there was also this strange connection to something called Indrid Coal. But I think that a lot of people have conflated both those two separate things. Let's take a look, though, because that's worthy of Indrid Cold. Indrid Cold, commonly known as the Smiling Man, is an allegedly humanoid entity. His name comes from his tendency to smile at those who encounter. It is said that he still visits West Virginia to this day. So here is another strange thing. And again, Indrid Cold. I'm going to share my screen so that let me stop that one. I'm going to share my screen once again. Another phenomenon, a strange phenomenon coming out of West Virginia, and some people conflate these two paranormal things, Mothman and Indrid Cold, because they come from the same place, and some people have seen both, which is crazy to me, but okay. So the Indrid Cold was first seen October 16, 1966, when two boys, Martin Mouse Munov and James Jimmy Yanchevitz in New Jersey, were walking on 4th Street when they saw a surreal figure standing near the fence. As they walked closer, the figure was a tall, bald man wearing a metal green suit who was staring right at them with a huge grin. The idiosyncratic man chased them until they got away from him. UFO sightings were also reported around the area. And there are more sightings of this strange Indrid Cold. And apparently, John Keel also investigated this, and this, he believed, some of the phone calls, the strange phone calls that he was getting, was from Indrid Cold, this strange, mysterious man. The explanations for Indrid Cold is it's commonly believed that Indrid may be an alien entity and is supported by its close connection with UFO activity and with Derenberger's sighting. It is also said by Derenberger that the grinning man is in fact a species of aliens with multiple grinning men, although it is unlikely unless the aliens are shapeshifters, because it would be almost impossible for a race to take the exact evolutionary path as us. However, the third sighting by the Lilly family suggests instead it may be a ghost or a spirit. So just another weird, I'm sorry, I didn't realize I was sharing that so small. Just another weird part of the story. And sometimes, and in the movie Mothman Prophecies with Richard Gere, they mix these two. And in the movie, somehow this Indrid Cold alien entity is the person calling John Keel. I don't believe that that may be accurate according to John Keel's book, but it is what it is. Just another strange part of the Mothman story is that right in the same area, we have this UFO flap. And then people are seeing this grinning, strange man, right? And people reported phone calls from this Indrid Cold. There's people just say, this strange man starts calling me. I ask who it is. He says his name is Indrid Cold. Weird part of the story. I'm back to my notes here. So I talked about the possible explanations for what Mothman is, and I find it very interesting that what Mothman is depends on who you ask. If you ask a big believer in aliens and UFOs, Mothman is for sure an alien. I asked a priest to look over some of the sighting reports and the pictures and the depictions, the drawn depictions. The priest was sure this was a demon. If you ask somebody who's an expert on animals or wildlife, most of them say this is all just a misidentified animal. So interesting. Now, about the physical characteristics, most of the reports indicate that Mothman is between 6 and 10 feet tall, with a 10-foot plus size wingspan. It's been compared to a big owl man, a pterosaur, and a batman. Some people describe saying a Batman, a man with bat wings. Now, on eye color, it's interesting because Mothman has most often been reported with glowing red eyes, but there's also been reports with green eyes, yellow eyes, orange eyes. All have been reported. Probably all the colors have been reported too, but most of the reports cite glowing red eyes. Other reported features of the Mothman in various sightings. Some say it's covered in fur. Some say there's no fur, it was leather-like skin. Others say that it had bat wings. Others say, no, it was definitely bird wings. Some people cite that the creature is covered in gray feathers. So I suppose the reports vary. Now, there could be a lot of different explanations for that. Maybe some people see it far away and they're mistaking fur for feathers or leather-like skin. I don't know, but I find it interesting that the reports, though similar, many of the reports are very, very similar. There are significant differences in a lot of these reports. So it's hard to get a definitive answer. What does Mothman look like? It depends on who sees him and what the witness says, really. And again, animal experts say sometimes confused with barred owl, sandhook crane, and others. Now, we mentioned John Keel, the original investigator and author of the Mothman Prophecies. It's a great book. If you're looking for a great book, John Keel's book, The Mothman Prophecies, is one of those books you get, and it gets good in the beginning, and then it just keeps getting better. It reads almost like a spy thriller, and you can't put it down. I recommend that book, and I recommend the movie. So what is it? What do you guys think in the live chat? Let me know in the comments. Which experts are right? because the UFO experts and alien experts swear it's an alien. Some ghost people I've talked to, they swear it's an interdimensional being like a ghost or, a demon. Animal experts, again, claim it's misidentified animals. What do you think Mothman is? Let me know in the live chat. Let me know in the comments. I wanted to do one more thing. We've shown you most of what I have for you, but I wanted to again show you. One second here. There have been very recent sightings in Chicago, of all places, and I've got an article from Vice. Again, this is fair use. This is a transformative work. We will be discussing the article that we're sharing, which we're using to educate the public. We'll be critiquing and discussing it. This is an article from Vice titled "People Keep Seeing the Mothman in Chicago." There have been a wave of new sightings of Mothman recently in the city of Chicago. So the Vice article states it was a normal summer night for John Amatrano working a Friday shift as security for Chicago's popular Logan Square hangout, The Owl. I find it interesting that he's hanging out at a place called The Owl and then he sees a Mothman, but, synchronicity. But when he went outside, he saw something odd. I saw a plane flying, but also something moving really awkwardly under it, he told Vice. It didn't look like a bat so much as what the illustrations of pterodactyl look like, with the slenderness of its head and its wing shape. I know what birds and what bats look like. This thing didn't have any feathers or fur, and it didn't fly like anything I've ever seen. Amatrano added that the thing he saw, which according to him had muscular legs, a jutting tailbone, and a human-like shape, flew in a strange swooping motion, undulating up and down. After it flew away, he retrieved his phone from charging in the bar and texted his girlfriend and close friends what had happened. I remember thinking, this was the worst time in the world to have my phone charging, he laughed. So yeah, unfortunately, he didn't get any photographs. What Amatrano saw that night was one of the 55, we have 55 reported Chicago area sightings of a flying humanoid in 2007. I did some checking, and in 2018, 19, 20, 21, 22, we have less reports, but there are still reports of a flying winged man in Chicago today. Accounts have varied from a large black bat-like being with glowing red eyes to a big owl or something that resembles a Gothic gargoyle or a Mothman. Most eyewitnesses spotted the being in flight, but some particularly disturbing reports detailed it dropping onto hoods of cars, peering in through windows, and swooping down by bystanders. The alleged Mothman has captured the attention of the city from local media articles and rap songs. People are making rap songs about this thing, to Halloween costumes and countless speculative Facebook groups. Amatrano later remembered seeing something on Facebook about the sightings, and as he read more about it, contacted Lon Strickler, a self-described Fortean researcher who's been compiling all of the Chicago sightings on his website. And somebody mentioned Lon Strickler to me, and yeah, I'm going to reach out to him and see if we can't get an interview because he's been looking into these sightings firsthand. I'd love to talk to him. He's got a website, Phantoms and Monsters. Strickler, whose book Mothman Dynasty, Chicago's Winged Humanoids was released last month, has been investigating paranormal sightings since the late 1970s and claims to have seen a Mothman and Bigfoot. Since the rash of sightings starting in February, he's been painstakingly interviewing witnesses and documenting their accounts. According to Strickler, these Chicago sightings are unlike anything he's seen in his decades investigating alleged flying humanoid sightings. This group of sightings is historical, he said, in cryptozoological terms. For one, it's happening in an urban area for the most part, and there are so many sightings in one period. He added that he believes there are at least 3 flying humanoids around Chicago due to the varied locations, the concentrations of sightings in certain neighborhoods, and the small differences in eyewitness testimonies. So this is pretty interesting because it appears that this expert, who's been interviewing witnesses, he doesn't think there's a Mothman. He thinks there's Mothmen. 3 of them. The main reference point Strickler uses for explaining this phenomenon was the wave of reported Mothman sightings in Point Pleasant, West Virginia from 1966 to 1967. There were several reports of a large bird-like man with glowing red eyes. Yeah, so Strickler doesn't believe, however, that Chicagoans have been seeing are harbingers of bad things to come. These beings are less aggressive than the one in Point Pleasant for the most part. I believe overall there was only one thing in Point Pleasant area that was seen during that period. While he's not sure why Chicagoans are seeing what they're seeing, he theorized, I think they're flesh and blood beings that aren't of this world. So interesting, friends, the sightings continue. We have not just sightings back in the 60s, but we have sightings more recently in Chicago. And I've found references to Mothman sightings in other areas of Illinois, especially, and other places throughout the country. It's a pretty common occurrence, and it's strange to me that there's so many common occurrences of sightings of flying winged men. But this is where we're at in this strange world, and this is where we find ourselves. The story of the Mothman has fascinated me since I first heard it, and I'm happy to bring you some history and perspective into this enduring mystery tonight. So, friends, I'm going to take a short musical break here, and we are going to read all of the super chats when we come back, and we'll take comments and questions from the live chat. I will be devoting my full and total attention to the live chat. So we'll be right back, friends.
What you need, in finding what you see, I'm hiding all that I'm really made of. No matter what you see, no one's watching me, at least no one that I'm afraid of. So much about me is wrong, despite of all you keep, despite of all you free, I know that you'll be right at my side, love. I've left no one to call, hurting softly now, the harder you'll fall. So much about me is wrong, as I avoid your plea, serve it with your tea. You'll wonder just when I've had enough. Don't wait too long, dear. I'm not as distant as I may have appeared. So much about me is wrong.
Greetings and salutations, friends. You're watching Truth Seekers, and we're continuing our new series, Enduring Mysteries. Tonight, we're talking about the mysterious Mothman, and it is one of my favorite of conspiracy land stories. I suppose I have followed it since I first heard about it in the it would have been in the mid-1990s, I suppose, when I first got John Keel's book, Mothman Prophecies. So we're going to be taking comments, questions, and suggestions for new shows from the live chat. But let me take a moment to remind you that we're a viewer-supported show. There's a few ways that you could support our show here. The first is to join us on Patreon for as little as $1 a month. You get some additional content as sort of backstage pass into the things going on in the show. We do a monthly show journal, as well as also my music goes to Patreon before it becomes public. So you sort of get a sneak peek at many of the things that I'm working on. Another way to support us is those super chats, the money button down there in the live chat. That's a great way to throw a couple of bucks in our hat and keep us producing this content. And finally, the super chats work during the live broadcast, but you can always send a PayPal donation. The instructions to do that are in the description of the video here. Just be sure to add a note and give us your chat room user ID and anything you'd like us to shout out, and we'll do that. Now, I believe we've already read the super chats, but I'm going to check in with them just the same, and make sure that everybody is aware and knows that some shows don't even read the super chats, which I was always surprised by. We read every single super chat here. So tonight we had two, one from Lon Strickler, with a super chat purchase. Thank you, Lon Strickler. Oh, it's Lon Strickler is here. Jeez. Somebody just sent me your phone number, your cell phone number, Lon Strickler. And if it's okay with you, I'll be giving you a call. And Shadow Zone Productions with the kind and generous super chat donation. Throwing a couple of bucks in the hat. I'm sorry, I didn't recognize the name when I first saw the super chat, Mr. Strickler, but I'd be sure happy to talk to you. That's a weird thing, right? So we read every single super chat. Now we'll just be dedicating the rest of the show's attention to the live chat. So comments, questions, suggestions for me, please do. Sixth Sense is reminding everybody, please use caps for comments, questions, and suggestions. I happen to be visually impaired, and the comments in all caps really does help me to know that that's a comment you want me to like a question you want me to answer, a comment you want me to share with the rest of the audience. We have Al Warrior is here saying, good evening, guys. Good to see Al Warrior here. Okay, Dave TV says, isn't the Montauk monster in the same general area as Mothman? Well, Montauk was in New York, and West Virginia is pretty far distance from New York State, so I'm not sure that those two things are connected. But yeah, and Victor Caliero is here mentioning, I still remember the movie about the Mothman with Richard Gere. I think it was a great movie. I think they did a great job, and of course Hollywood over-dramatizes things, but it's a movie. They have to. Historically, they got a few things wrong, but I think it really tells a compelling story of what it was like and what happened at the time, and the people that were investigating it, looking into it, and how it affected this strange small town in West Virginia, sleepy small town in West Virginia, not a big place. Here we go. And that's a theory too that I shouldn't leave out. I kept forgetting to leave that out. Bob Ritter says, have a feeling the Mothman was a result of some weird super soldier experiment. Actually, at the time, some people believed that it may have been an animal that was mutated by chemicals that were in and around this TNT area. So there's another explanation for you. Maybe it was an animal that got, remember like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle? They got oozed with slime, and then they turned into turtle men. Hey, it's a good explanation as any. Maybe there were some strange chemicals in that TNT area that somehow mutated a known animal, somehow mutated a live animal into some kind of man-bird creature. Who knows? Dan Hogan, Truthseeker's new episode, Enduring Mysteries number 3, oven-fired pizza that Dan never gets from Cambion. That's a huge mystery to me. Well, you got to visit the cabin. I'll fire up the wood stove if you ever make it there. And remember, I do have a Dan. I do have a trailer next to the cabin that sleeps two, but I got to fix the door on it. The door basically fell apart from weather, I guess. And I try to fix it. I got a new door to put on there, but it doesn't fit. I'll fix it before you get there, though. So, yeah. Any more comments or questions for me? Otherwise, we're going to bounce on out of here and call it a quick one tonight. I'm glad that we could. And the Sixth Sense is recognizing that the song played was Jason Paul Elder, his song called Wrong, his studio version of that song. And there is, if you want to hear more Jason Paul Elder songs, there is a great YouTube channel link kindly shared by the Sixth Sense, so you can do that. Homo Trolleus says, Truthseekers, it was the mutagen. Yeah, it quite possibly could be. On the Rise says, good show, Stephen. Well, thank you for your kindness and your support, On the Rise. Good to have you here. That girl, Jessica, late as usual. Yeah, women are always late, you know? That and you make men wait. The two things that annoy me the most about women is that they're always late and they make you wait forever, you know? Now, actually, I don't get upset. I used to get upset, right? Because it takes a man a while to realize that a woman needs 3 hours of showering, pricking, prodding, shaving, hair, makeup, and more to be able to go outside. And we're men, we're slobs. We just, you know, if you're lucky, we take a shower and roll on out. Spooky says, do a show on the Greer Wild Man. Not so sure about that. But yeah. Zach, Diecast Man Sewer says, Sloth Man. Not so up on Sloth Man. Yeah, somebody's asking me for the link to the Discord server. We're going to try to send that. We'll see. Yeah, and I'm getting texts from alien scientists. He's asking me for the link to my Discord server. So, 1 second. Some people, you know, I have to do something for right away before I forget. So just bear with me. I'm going to send alien scientists an invitation, and actually, it's a good opportunity to remind everybody that we have a Discord server. I'm going to put the invitation to the Discord server right in the live chat here. So bear with me. And I'm going to also make sure that we get it over to Alien Scientist, friend of the show. He's looking for it. So, and that somebody again has to show me how to get an invitation for the Discord server that does not expire, because that gets annoying, right? Good opportunity to remind everybody, though, that we have a Discord server. And so if you enjoy the live chat feature here during our live broadcasts, just know that we have a Discord server. So you don't just get to chat with fellow truth seekers during the live broadcasts here. You can go over to our Discord server and chat 24/7. And we have these different, I think it's really coming along. You know, I started it, Spooky fixed it. But we have an introductions channel, we have general channel, we have a channel where you can drop your links, stories and news, cryptozoology, memes, which is, I check the memes first because there's some funny stuff about conspiracy land in there every time I check it. We have UFO and the phenomenon. We have a gaming sub channel, Bob Lazar. There's an Angelie and grifters by request. So yeah. And you can use that Discord server 24. Yeah, it's okay. Don't worry about it, Jeremy. I thought I always mean, Jeremy, to put my phone on Do Not Disturb, but most of the time I forget. So, you know, if somebody texts me, sometimes I'm worried that it was something going on with the live show, like the sound is out or something's not working. So I always look at it. But yeah. I put the invitation to the Discord right in the live chat, right above you there in the live chat. You'll see it, and I'm gonna send it over to you on Twitter just to be sure that you have it. We'd sure like to have alien scientists on our Discord server. 1 second, let me make sure that I get that over to him. So Discord invite. And I sent Jeremy some information earlier. It would appear that there is a new possibility of what that so-called S4 site. It may actually be a nuclear waste disposal site. But I'm going to try and follow up and get some verification of that. I had sent him a message. I got a message from someone who is an environmental watchdog and fights to expose government waste sites. And he sent me a message that would seem to indicate that that site might be a waste disposal site. But I've got to figure out how we can prove that to be the case or not. So another possibility in the can of worms of that story, right? Yeah. Alien scientist, got it. Good. So we'll have an alien scientist also in the Truthseekers live chat or Truthseekers Discord server. We've got an alien scientist in the live chat now. James Prepper says environmental watchdog. There you go. Yeah, that's James Prepper, who, among other things, interesting character. He is, look him up. He's making a Bible, this amazing Bible. We're trying to get him on here as a guest. And he's also an environmental watchdog, looking into a lot of environmental things. I didn't know how to term you. I'm sorry, James. Whatever title you prefer, I will certainly use in the future. I just meant how you're looking into all these environmental sites, and he looks into polluted sites for the government. He and I were talking about, in my home, and where I live, there is an Air Force base that polluted all the groundwater with chemicals. And they try to cover it up. But thanks to people like environmental watchdogs, they weren't able to. Yeah. Alien scientist says, so they stopped burning all the metal invisibility cloak materials in open burn pits and started burying them in old mine shafts. Got it. Hey, Jeremy, it's a possibility. It's as good a possibility as any, I suppose, right? You never know, right? Chris77 is here and says, I enjoy every show as a delivery driver. It keeps me entertained. Oh, I did that for a while. You need something good to listen to while you're doing that for 8 or 10 hours a day. Yeah. Al Warrior, it's awesome. I'm still trying to learn that. Yeah, some people, it's not as too steep a learning curve. My advice to you is get on over to the Discord server. You'll have a good time interacting with fellow truth seekers, fellow believers, fellow skeptics, all kinds of people that are into these strange and wacky conspiracy land topics. Basically, it's a bunch of weirdos just like you. So if you're a weirdo, and I certainly am, head on over there. And I want to thank a kind viewer. I wore this today. Look, it's my wings shirt from Mothman, right? Somebody sent me a very nice gift package today, a friend of the show, which included this shirt. So thank them very much. They know who they are. Very kind and generous of them. Spooky said, I heard a myth about shirtless Greer Mothman. That's gross. That girl Jessica says, freaks and geeks, my favorite. I always hung out with the freaks and geeks. They're the fun people, that girl Jessica. You know, you don't want to hang out with a bunch of football players and cheerleaders. You want to hang out with the weird ones. That's what I do, right? That's definitely what I do. Yes, and the Sixth Sense is kindly sharing Bob Lazar debunked websites, compliments of alien scientists. A lot of great information there. If you're on the fence about Bob Lazar especially, I encourage you to read that. It might really change your mind. On the Rise says there's a similar concrete cap in the Pacific where they tested the nuke. So there you go. It is a definite possibility that could be, right? One time I've abducted by aliens is here saying we love Cambion and Cambion for president. I don't want to take the pay cut, right? Or I would do it, right? Now, I'd be terrible at politics because I tell people generally what I think, right? And by the way, speaking of telling people what I think, there's been this, Twitter storm of critics, and I'm going to address it, but not tonight. But what I will say about the chorus of critics is that some people are so easily fooled that it's amazing to me. There are nameless, faceless people on Twitter, and you know what I mean, somebody that you don't know who they are, because they get a fake name and a fake profile picture. Usually it's an alien or the anonymous mask. And they want to stir up shit, turn people against me. So, some of this nonsense that's going on, I'm going to address in another show. But what I will tell you is that before you hop on the bandwagon to crucify me, know that the people, a lot of these nameless, faceless Twitter posts are people that I have covered in the past with their sock accounts, trying to turn people against me because they can't argue with the facts or evidence I presented about them, and they get butthurt and they go either make a fake account or they already had a fake account. Why is it only nameless, faceless accounts that do this shit? There's a reason for that, friends. So be careful when you read Twitter posts by nameless, faceless people. My name's out there. My face is out there. And another point I'd like to make about that situation is my DMs are open. If you got a problem with something that I've done, something that I've said, feel free, DM me, talk about it. I talk to anybody. And here's another thing. There's some kind of lack of standards here. Show me a show host that replies as much as I do to people. I reply to almost everybody, as long as you're respectful to me. When you ask me a question or say something to me or disagree with me, I reply. Most other show hosts ignore everybody, especially somebody being critical. I'm open to any conversation, but I have a few rules. The very first rule is no nameless, faceless accounts. If you want to converse with me or have any sort of dialogue or ask me a question, show me your face, show me your name, extend to me the same courtesy I'm extending to you. I need to know who I'm talking about, because at least in a few of these cases, we know for sure, we've got them dead to rights, that it was somebody masquerading as somebody else that want to take shots at me. And we have proof that people have done that. So before you get all butthurt hearing some rumors or somebody spouting nasty nonsense about me, ask yourself this: who is this person? Do I know who they really are? And if you don't know who they really are because they're hiding their name in their face, that is not a good source of information. And they may just have ulterior motives, right? On the rise mentioning, Stephen does respond. We talk daily. I try to communicate with as many people as I possibly can. But at some point, I have to say, I'm not going to communicate with somebody who's hiding their name and their face, right? And in the past, I have, and it's always turned out. In one case, it turned out to be Mikey Horn from the Billy Meyer UFO cult. And we have proof of that. We have absolute proof that Mikey Horn has masqueraded as some nameless, faceless Twitter account and try to stir up trouble and start shit and get people turned against me, because he can't argue with anything I presented about his Billy Meyer nonsense or his UFO cult, right? So what does he do? Well, we've got to go through everything that Stephen Cambion ever said, everything Stephen Cambion ever did, and try to find things that we can use to turn people against him. And that's what he does. And that's what he did. And he does the same thing to Cal Korff. And he did the same thing to Rich from Goofon. Anybody critical of him, he goes on those fake accounts and starts shit. So you have to know that if you don't know who's making these claims or, stirring up this shit, trying to stir the shit pot and get people turned against me, they may have an ulterior motive. Really? Really? You were so incensed by a guest I had that you don't think I asked this question or that question to, that you're going to take to Twitter and call me a fraud or some nonsense? Bullshit. Nobody is that incensed, that upset, that, I have such righteous indignation because Stephen Cambion had a guest I don't like that I'm going to take to Twitter and tell everybody that he's a fraud. It's bullshit, friends. It's bullshit. And you're stupid if you believe a nameless, faceless person, right? And I'll tell my side of these stories because it's nothing burger nonsense. And a final point I would like to make is that I've been doing a show in one form or another for 6 or going on 7 years now. And if you combine all of the content that I have created, we've passed 400 live shows here. There's 1,000 hours of Truth Seekers, 1,000 hours. So if you're that intent on getting people to dislike me or not watch my show anymore or turn people against me, you've got 1,000 hours of content that you could sit through and try to find something I said, something I did, some guest you didn't like, some guest you don't think I asked enough hard questions to try to attack me with. Nobody that is launching these attacks has 1,000 hours of content that I can look through. So it's easy to judge somebody until you've walked a mile in their shoes. Am I going to have guests that some people don't like? Goddamn right I am. I have, right? And especially a few of them. Whoo, boy. There are a few guests that I've had that I've gotten viciously attacked for 6 months because I dared to have that guest. And what was the issue? The issue was the guest that I had was exposing a nefarious UFO cult for being frauds, liars, and money-grubbing whores, right? And all that guy's evidence was absolutely impeccable. Nobody could argue with that guy's evidence. So what do? Well, we're gonna send 25 or 50 fake accounts to constantly email you 24/7 for 6 months, telling you what an asshole that guy is, right? And I have to take those slings and arrows because I made the decision to have that guest. And by the way, I stand by that guest's research and everything they said about that UFO cult. My point is that nameless, faceless people on the internet, you certainly can't trust. My name is out there. My face is out there. If you have a question, DM me, right? And I will answer as long as you're respectful. But starting Twitter threads about what a fraud I am. And here's another issue. He exposes other people, but then he has this fraud or that fraud. Well, that's your opinion, and we are certainly going to have controversial figures here. Everybody involved in these strange topics is somewhat controversial. And another thing I love is that ask any show host. You cannot possibly know everything that a guest of yours ever said for their entire life and their entire history. And some of these clowns go back to something somebody said 20 years ago and go, see, I didn't know he said that 20 years ago. That guest wasn't here to talk about what he said 20 years ago. He was here to talk about his book, which I happen to like. So sorry, not sorry I hosted him. And the other thing is, these people are going to attack me for having certain guests. It's so stupid. Listen, I've said it 100 times. Ask any show host. What they are trying to imply is that if any show host, including me, hosts a guest, then that means that that show host agrees 100% with that guest. Not only with 100% agrees with the guest, but agrees 100% that everything the guest has ever said has been truthful, honest, morally okay, and responsible, or whatever. To imply that a show host agrees 100% with everything a guest has ever said is childish, stupid, and ridiculous. But this is what these people have to imply because some guy said something 20 years ago, right? It's so stupid, silly nonsense, childish. What are you, in grade school? Don't hang out with him. He hangs out with the stinky kid. It's so childish and nonsensical. And again, my policy is if you're a nameless, faceless person on the internet, I'm not talking to you. Do me the same respect that I give you. Here's my name. Here's my face. I've given people my cell phone. My cell phone number's out there. I get strange, weird calls once in a while from somebody that wants to be a guest or something. I'm an open book. But to imply that you're going to be, he had this other show host on and that guy's a fraud. And again, no proof that guy's a fraud, but just, he had that show host on his show, so he can't be trusted. Attack my research. Attack the facts and evidence I bring. They never do. They never do. They never once has somebody attacked the facts, the evidence, and the research that I bring to these stories. They attack me personally. They call me a fraud because I had some guest they don't like, or they call me a fraud for some reason. He had that guest, so he has no right to speak on these other frauds because he had this other guest that I think said something that wasn't right or factual 20 years ago. It's nonsensical. It's garbage. Yeah, Glitch Loop says these people aren't researchers, more like counterintelligence and frauds. Yeah, why is it always nameless, faceless accounts with alien pictures, right? Or the anonymous mask, the Guy Fawkes mask? Every one of them, right? But the problem is that then normal people see these posts and they don't know better. They don't realize that there may be an ulterior motive for somebody to put a mask on the internet and talk shit on me. And if you're dumb enough to believe in nameless, faceless, I'm right here. My name's out there. My face is out there. I'm who I am. Who is that person that's saying this shit? Do you even know who that is? Do you know that could be somebody that I exposed as a grifter, con artist, fraudster that's trying to get back at me? Is that so out there to believe that that's a possibility here? Of course not. But some of these people, it's this herd mentality. Right? They're like sheeple, right? Oh, this guy said it. Must be true. Damn, Steve Campion's exposed all these frauds, liars, con artists, grifters, taking advantage of people for 6 or 7 years now. But he had this one guy on that said something 20 years ago. So Steve Campion must be a bad guy, and we can't trust his research. Nobody attacks the research. Nobody proves that my research is wrong. Nobody so far. They never attack the work that I do here. They attack me as a person or try to paint me as a hypocrite. Good on you. Good luck with that, right? And the other thing is an issue of time. I'm not going to waste time. I used to. Some nameless, faceless guy was like, Steve Campion, your show sucks because you had this guest on, and he said that. I used to argue with them. And then I realized, why am I going to spend hours of my life every week arguing with somebody, and I don't even know who they are, really, right? For all I know, they could be anybody. Why am I going to waste hours of my week every week listening to that? Now, again, the good people that listen to our show know that I'm very approachable. I'm an open book. If you disagree with something, hey, let's have a discussion about it. Why do you disagree with me? Let me hear you out, and I'll tell you what I think. And I'm very open like that. But to just come attacking me with this nonsense, you're not going to get my attention. And see, part of me realized lately that that's what they want. They like that back and forth. There's some loser armchair idiot that thinks they know or thinks they could run a better show. That's another thing. I love it. I love it. Listen, if you don't like my show, first of all, suck a dick. Just get right down on it, though. Get right down on it. Slurp it up, right? Eat that shit. Because I don't care if you don't like it. I do the show for the people that do like it and for myself. And second of all, it's always the guy who won't step in the arena that's going to tell the gladiator what he's doing wrong. I'm here. I show up every day, right? And I've got the blood, sweat, and tears and the passion in this fight. I'm here every day. These armchair assholes that never did anything in their life telling me everything I'm doing wrong is comical. If people don't realize that it's a jealous prick loser living in his mom's basement that's butthurt because I'm doing great. I'm doing great here. We're doing great here. And we continue to do better and better and better. And maybe, just maybe, some of these people are just jealous pricks, right? But people don't consider that. They just hear the shit talking and they want to pile on. And it is what it is, and it's okay. I'm good with it. I am at total peace. We do good work here on the show, and anybody that disagrees, you're free to disagree. But my thing is, go do your own show, right? Go walk a mile, right? Go do an hour show. Go do it once, and then come back here and tell me how shitty I am at doing this. And maybe, just maybe, you'll get an education that I'm walking a hard road here. I'm not always going to make the right decisions. I may veer off into the wrong road. I might hit a crossroads and make the wrong decision. I might flip a coin and say, what's the right thing to do here? And I might pick the wrong path. But I will always be honest with my audience and own up to it. If I make a mistake, I tell you, right? I freely admit I've made some mistakes along this journey. But we have produced more than 1,000 hours of content here. So if you're really looking for something to slag me on, you're going to find it. And you're going to find something to to try to make me look like the bad guy in 1,000 hours of content. But until you have 1,000 hours of content that I could do the same thing with, then this argument is garbage. This is apples and oranges. You can't compare me with somebody that has no work to show the public, right? And isn't it interesting that I've never, ever had a show host doing better than me that will slag my show? Never, not once. It's always somebody that either hasn't done a show and probably wants to and is jealous somehow, or somebody that tried to do a show and failed miserably that comes and attacks me. Or, like I said, nameless, faceless, armchair, right-click researchers on Twitter that don't have a show, that aren't out there, right? You go try it, bro. You go be out there in the public for a few hours every day of your life. It ain't easy, bro. And again, I'm going to make mistakes. I'm human, right? To suggest, however, that all of the work that we have done here can be just washed aside as not relevant because I made one mistake, 2 mistakes, 3 mistakes. How many do I get? Especially mistakes that I've owned up to or apologized for. Certainly made mistakes here. And I've apologized for a few of them. I've told my audience the truth. Like, yeah, I made a bad call, right? Or in a few cases, I've said, I've lost my objectivity on them. So I can't, like there's a few people that I just became too friendly with. And I say, I'm not a good judge of their material anymore because I became impartial, right? I lost my objectivity, right? V is here, long time no see, and says, this is true. Cambion has admitted when he has been dead wrong. Yeah, well, that's the mark of a real man. A real man admits when he's wrong and apologizes sincerely for it. And I learned that from my wife. If you're going to live with a woman, you got to learn to say, I'm sorry when you screw up. And I'm a human. I screw up a lot. And it doesn't help too, in my case, V, that my wife is like Mother Teresa. She's like a saint. All the stuff she does for our family and these kids. And I'm always trying to play catch up and not be such a sloucher, right? But yeah, so that's where we're at with this chorus of critics. I would invite people, if you see somebody posting something and you're unsure, is that true? Did Steve do that? Is Steve a bad guy because he had this guest? DM me on Twitter. Talk to me. Come in my live chat. You can ask, and that's another thing. We don't have an echo chamber here. We have a live chat that does not censor people's views. If somebody disagrees with me, we let them. We let them here. And people can make whatever decision they want to make, though. I'm done trying to defend my integrity. I think you can look at my history and see my integrity. Or let's say my attempt at having integrity, right? I'm still trying to have integrity. This is a tough place to try to be morally and ethically correct as much as possible in, because we can see perfect examples. The people that do the best in this are the liars, the frauds, the con artists. They're the ones that succeed and make all the money. The people who are trying to be honest with the audience, the people who are giving you both sides of the story, both the skeptic side and the believer side, just don't do as well, right? CK Benzona is here. First time commenter. Welcome to the live chat. Glad to see you here and glad that you finally felt comfortable enough to comment. Says, I'm a lurker here, like the content and interaction. Keep rocking the edge of the universe. Thank you for your kindness and your support. We appreciate it. Ryan Evans says, but you badmouth others. You get personal on people when they differ from you. Not really. I try to stick to the facts. Sometimes I get passionate and personal, Ryan. I'm not sure what exactly you're referring to, but I'll try to do better. Brian, I'm trying, right? I said I'm going to try to be kinder, gentler, and more diplomatic. But sometimes the facts are the facts, and sometimes the facts piss me off, and I get emotional. When I think about all the people that some of the people we've covered here are ripping off for money, and many of them have mental problems, many of them are on, SSI, disability, I get angry. I get pissed off. I'm working on it. I'm a work in progress, Ryan. But I recognize my faults. And I recognize that other people see some of my faults, maybe more than I do. I mean, it's easy to not see your faults when you're the one faulting, right? But I trust that the audience here has checked me. There's a few people in the live chat that put me in check. And what do I mean? Good people, when you're doing wrong, they'll put you in check and they'll say, you got to stop and think about what you're doing here. It's not right. And I appreciate people like that. I want people like that, right? Pragmagic says, no need to get personal with some. Streamers say a lot of crap off their dome. Doesn't make it absolute. That goes all ways, me included. Yeah, I think Pragmagic's over there having a critiquing Cambion show once in a while. I'm gonna send somebody to beat his ass. No, he's a friend of the show, but I get his point, right? Some shows are just about tearing people down, and mine was and is sometimes. We're here tearing people down, but that is first of all, it's not sustainable, and second of all, it's the low-hanging fruit. And I've said it before, I've said it 100 times. It's easy for me to tell you what I don't believe. It's very difficult for me to share with you what I do believe. Now, these stories that we've shared this week, I believe there's something to these stories, a little more than explanations that they're not extraordinary. Mothman, Bermuda Triangle, and the Chupacabra mystery are great mysteries. I believe there's something to all three of them more that may be more than natural explanation. Oh no, please, Dan, no more. Well, Dan Hogan, do you want to do a follow-up interview with Angelie now that her timeline is up? No. Oh, and that's another thing people are slagging me for on Twitter, saying that I did some kind of backroom deal with her to get an exclusive interview. First of all, it's absolutely ridiculous that I would go, listen, Angelie, I have all the information about where your alien mountain was, and I'm going to release it all and blow your story out of the water. But before I do that, I'm going to bribe you into giving me an exclusive interview after you show all the proof of the aliens. I get the exclusive first interview, Angelie. The fact that some people believe that that's what happened is ridiculous. She made some offhanded comment on a show that I agreed not to release it, and then maybe she would give me an interview, an exclusive, after she did her expedition. That, and I even say on the clip that people are sharing trashing me, that's not what happened. That's not how I remember it. How I remember it, so let's set the record straight, is I sent her the information that I had found. James Conrad and Charlie Weiser, but they let me in on it because they knew I was working on the story too. I shared with Angelie that we believe that we have located this Wayne, the mountain, and whatever. I sent her the information. She got hysterical. She got very, very emotional. I believe she was crying and everything. So I talked to her about the situation, and she was crying and extremely upset. And I knew she had health problems, so I felt bad that I had caused her to have some kind of emotional. She was like almost having a breakdown from my recollection. And she begged me, please, please, you can't release this because you're going to put Wayne's life in danger and this and that and all these other things. And she's upset and crying. And I felt sympathy for her and I felt empathy for her. So I said, I won't release it. But I warned her that other people had this information and they may release it. Later in the conversation, after she calmed down and whatever, she was very thankful and said, I'm so glad. And, she complimented me on having journalistic integrity, whatever that means. And then said, once I'm finished with the expedition, you can release anything you want, and then I'll give you an exclusive interview. I didn't ask for that. She offered, first of all. I offered to not release any of that information before she offered me anything in return. I say on that clip, this was not a tit for tat. That's not what happened. But people are going to take that clip trying to make me look like I did some kind of big backroom deal. And by the way, that whole thing is ridiculous anyway, because the whole story fell apart. Do people really think that I thought I was going to get an exclusive interview with Angelie and her alien friends if I just kept my mouth shut? And the other issue is that I knew that other people were hot on the trail of this Angelie Wayne's Mountain. I knew people that were this close that I know were blabbermouths and were never going to keep it to themselves. So I thought there's no harm in me not releasing it because somebody's going to release this in the next couple of weeks. And what happened? 3, maybe 4 different Twitter accounts released the same information that I had that I agreed not to Angelie not to release. 3 or 4 different people the very next week, maybe the week after at the latest, released all the same information. So me withholding it, some people are going to imply that I was withholding information from the community. That's garbage. That's bullshit. I knew it was going to be out there in a few short days or a week or 2 max, and it was. So me withholding that information, it had to do with my sympathy and empathy for an incredibly mentally fragile and upset woman. I decided I didn't want to cause her additional stress or pain or, emotional distress because I'm telling you, she was so upset over me possibly releasing this information. I felt horrible and said, but I warned her. I said, somebody's going to do it, Angelie. Somebody else is going to put this out there. But I give you my word, I won't put it out until the end of December. That's what happened. Later in the conversation, she calmed down, agreed to, I'll give you an exclusive interview after the expedition where we show the proof of the aliens. And I said, okay. Did I think she was really going to give the proof of the aliens? Not really, right? But it was like, but again, this was not a tit for tat. So there was no backroom deal. There was a conversation, which no one except her and I were in on. So people speculate and making up shit like, okay, whatever. And by the way, that story is completely gone now. So, people want me to interview her again. About what? About she didn't find the proof? And again, listen, I have nothing against her. Nice lady. I wish her the best of success and everything in her life. I hope that she finds peace in whatever she does. I don't have anything against her, but I don't think that there's anything left of a story there. Lee Guy with the kind and generous $9.99 super sticker full of bacon. Someday I'm going to meet Lee Guy and I'm going to give him some pre-cooked bacon. You could get those like bacon snack packs at 7-Eleven. I don't know what Lee Guy's fascination with bacon is, but he's always posting bacon. I love bacon. I love BLTs. I love bacon double cheeseburgers, right? I love bacon sprinkled in salads. I love Bacos. What's not to like about bacon, right, Lee Guy? But thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support of the show. It means a lot to me. Continuing supporter of the show, Lee Guy. Always throwing a couple bucks in our hat and helping us to succeed. Ryan Evans says, Steve, let the story die. She's done and there is nothing there. I agree with you, Ryan, but I was addressing people slagging me on Twitter saying there was some kind of backroom deal. There wasn't, but people are going to believe whatever they're going to believe. V says, isn't that a fact? Wayne never once has confirmed or alluded to anything alien on his property. It depends. Do you mean the Wayne I found and James A. Conrad and Charlie Weiser found, or the other Wayne that somebody else found, or the Wayne that Angelie says is the real Wayne and those other 2 Waynes aren't the Waynes? We don't have any on the record statement from any Wayne confirming any alien activity on his property. No, V. So, yeah, I think that the story is just not, it fell apart. That girl, Jessica, bacon. There we go. Brock Landers commenting, still, dude, just because you have her on your show in order to share her story does not mean that you believe everything she says or support it. It's a show with someone sharing their experiences. I agree. But somehow these people think that just because I host a guest that I believe everything they say on the show, and I believe everything they say or ever said in their entire lives. It's an attempt to turn people against me. It's childish and stupid. And I agree with you, Brock. I do the best I can here. That's all. I mean, this is all we can do. Ryan Evans says he's into pork, if you know what I mean. Yeah, I really don't know. Archaic Revival says, finishing an incredible walnut-shaped UFO right now, uploading it in an hour or two. I'd like to see that. Make sure you send me that. Always interested in new work. Dan Hogan says Wayne's World. Yeah, we did an homage to Wayne's World on that, right? Al Warrior with a kind and generous $6.66 super chat saying, Lee made me do it, bro. Ha. Well, thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support. We certainly appreciate it. Long time live chat participant and supporter of the show, Al Warrior. Always good to see Al Warrior here. Always got something to contribute to the conversation, and occasionally we'll throw a couple of bucks in my hat. Thank you, Al Warrior, for your kindness, your generosity, and your support of the show. It is much, much appreciated. We're gonna get you praise the cash, Al Warrior, if I can find it. There we go. And a station identification. If I happen to play the right one, sometimes I play the wrong one. I got to write them down. Which one is? Yeah, I think this is it. So thank you, Al Warrior, for helping us to praise the cash, friends.
You're watching Truthseeker. Praise the cash, praise the cash.
Thank you, Al Warrior. Cash praiser extraordinaire, Al Warrior, who is helping us to praise the cash. That girl Jessica with kind and generous $3.33 Australian. You know, I didn't know until recently that girl Jessica was from Australia. And we'd like to have her on when we do. We're going to do a show on how crazy Australia got over the current health crisis. We got to be careful doing it, but we'd like to have that girl Jessica on the show. So she has an open invitation to come and be a guest. Yeah. Ryan Evans says that scared the hell out of me. How do you think I feel? I got to live with that cash clown. Ryan Evans. That girl Jessica says, no, you're not. I'm Wayne. The Sixth Sense reminding everyone there apparently was multiple Waynes, whatever fit the story. Some innocent soul is probably being harassed as a result of their claims. And that's what they are, claims, no proof whatsoever. Yeah, we've yet to receive any proof whatsoever of Angelie's claims. We haven't been able to interview the other witnesses. We haven't been able to find corroborating evidence to her story, though I was able to verify that her claimed background and credentials were real. She did work for the military. She did work for the United States government, as she said she did. So there's that. Ryan Evans telling me to sell that laugh. I wish I could can it. I think we're going to get little chips that you can put my laugh in and make some kind of laughing doll for people. That would be good. Jesse Singer reminding me, stick to your guns, Steve. Don't pull off the gas because the brothers are on your tail. I think I know what who you're talking about. We'll see. We'll see what happens. You know, I'm in here for the long haul. I'm here for the long game, right? So, you know, I think about that sometimes. Like I think about the long game here. You know, where is the show going to be at in 5 years? Because I'm here to stay. I don't think I'm going anywhere. Right? I love what we do here. I'm continually trying to improve the show, make the show better, and that's kind of where I'm at. You know, and I get there'll be critics. I've done a lot of things in my life where there's always critics. And one thing I've always noticed is there's always a guy that doesn't have his own work to show. That is the big critic, right? The big critic is always the guy who can't do what you're doing. It's never a guy that's doing what you're doing better than you, right? If anything, I've been very blessed in my life in that sometimes I've decided to do things and guys that were doing it better than me saw me or recognized my passion and got me aside and tried to help me. And that's great. When a guy who's doing a bigger show than me gets me aside and says, hey, I like what you're doing. Can I give you some constructive criticism? I am all ears, bro. Yes, you are so much more successful than me. I would love to hear your thoughts and opinions on how I can improve what I'm doing. But that's not the kind of criticism that you get, right? You get some armchair asshole, right? who never did anything like you're doing that's going to tell you everything you're doing wrong. And you just got to learn to live with it. You just got to learn to live with it, right? Ryan Evans says Steve Kyle is a good guy and well liked. He is a good guy. Okay, I'll take your word for it. I'm not disagreeing. Sometimes I get things wrong, right? Maybe outward appearances. You never know. Yeah, and I wish all men a road to redemption, especially if they have drug and alcohol issues. Because, friends, the person somebody is when they're on drugs and alcohol is not the same person they are when they're off those things. So, I have a lot of sympathy and empathy. Got a lot of substance abusers, close friends and family even, and I have my own issues as well. So, I try to be sympathetic and empathetic towards those people. Brock Landers says having the so-called experiencers on the show is definitely entertaining. Maybe have a disclaimer before the show. Yeah, but then I get slagged. We did that once, and then I got slagged for it. Like, oh, he doesn't agree with the guest, then why have him on? Like, they're always going to complain. It's just okay, Yeah. Bryce says, not everyone wants a bigger show, just a better show. Okay, yeah. Well, I'm trying to do both, bigger and better, right? If I don't get bigger, maybe I'll just get better, Bry, and I'll just do this show for the same number of people for the next 5 years, but the show will just get better and better and better. But what I think is when the show gets better and better and better, more people come in. And that's just been my experience so far, right? Cosmic Toast reminding people, some people who have mental illnesses. I think that they're referring to experiencers. Could be, I'm always very cautious when talking to experiencers because I don't want to exploit somebody that may be just suffering from mental illness. You never know what's going to happen, right? We try to do the right thing here. And, going forward, that's all I can try to do. I'm not brushing off all criticism, by the way. I'm sure that some people have valid points to make, and I'm here and I'll listen. I'll hear you out, and I'll hear you out. I may disagree with you, I may agree with you, but I'm not one to just ignore all people that have some criticism. But like I said, I especially like the constructive criticism. I especially like people who can't just tell me what I'm doing wrong or how to do it better, but that can show me what I'm doing wrong and how they're doing it better or how they overcame that obstacle, right? Constructive criticism is a great thing. And sometimes it means that somebody cared enough about you to be honest with you. And you need people in your life like that. I call that the booger friend, right? You got to have some booger friends. What's a booger friend? You ever have a booger hanging, right? And you don't know it? And you notice people looking at you a little funny, but nobody says anything. The people that don't say, hey, Steve, get a napkin. You got a booger hanging. Those are the people who don't care about you. The booger friends care about you. The booger friends are the people that will say, come up and let you know you got a booger hanging. That was taught to me by an entertainer friend of mine. He said, have as many booger friends as you can. And I'm like, what? What's a booger friend? It makes sense. Booger friend is somebody that cares enough about you that they don't want to see you embarrass yourself. So they'll take you aside and they'll help you when you need help, right? Dan Hogan says, the problem is with a bigger show, you got to bring in the Griff Squad. Angelie brought over 300 viewers, which is great. But look where that went. Just do the show that you want to do. People will be there. Well, that's what we're doing this week. We're kind of popping off in a different direction, right? We're seeing where this goes. And I'm trying to get back to the roots of the show, Dan, because the roots of the show were supposed to be to explore strange and esoteric and paranormal subjects. Not one strange and esoteric and paranormal subject, but it just organically went in a certain direction. And we covered one sort of subculture of that genre more than we covered all the rest. So now we got to get back to some balance and cover some of the rest of the stuff and not be on one beat, right? Because that beat sucks sometimes, being stuck on the one beat. It's like you're in a subculture of a subculture of a subculture, And how many, how many consumers of a subculture of a subculture of a subculture can there really be? The answer is not many. And some people will say, yeah, well, you're trying to grow your 10 or, have a bit. Yeah, we'd like to grow the 10. And we'd like to paint with a little broader strokes here. So that's what we're going to do. I think that's best for the show and its long-term growth. We may take a hit short-term in the numbers because some people are tuning in going, what? He's not talking about aliens tonight? I don't want to see this. And they tune out. And that's okay. Come back when we talk about aliens again. And you're welcome, right? Ryan Evans asked, do you mind if I asked how your eye injury happened, Steve? No, not at all. And it's not anything dramatic. Like I didn't get stabbed or shot in the eye. So I had a friend once, but in his defense, for a while, I was wearing a patch on my eye. And when you wear a patch on your eye, for some reason, everybody thinks you got stabbed in the eye or shot in the eye. So I had a friend, he thought I got stabbed in the eye for like a year before somebody else mentioned what really happened. What happened was I had a brain aneurysm, Ryan Evans, and the brain aneurysm was right behind my eye. So it was sort of in the brain, but in that part of the brain right before the optic nerve in the eye starts. You know what I mean? Like right on the edge of the brain behind the eye. And for those who don't know, a brain aneurysm is like a bubble that forms in the blood vessel. And if it pops, it shoots blood all over your brain and you either stroke out and become probably a vegetable or paralyzed, can't talk, can't walk, or you die instantly. I was very fortunate, Ryan Evans, in that they got to the aneurysm before it burst. It was called an unruptured aneurysm. And unfortunately, I had suffered with this aneurysm, not knowing what was going on, being so sick I couldn't hold down water for 2 weeks, puking, and it was terrible. Finally got into a hospital and they diagnosed it immediately. But by that time, there was an extensive amount of damage to my optic nerve where the aneurysm was. So that caused paralysis. So basically, I have what most people would call a lazy eye or a wonky eye. I'm still able to see. I walked away from that situation, Ryan Evans. I could have stroked out. I could have had an instant stroke. I could have died very easily. So I consider myself still lucky. It sucks, right? I had plans to do acting and all this other things, and it sort of put me on a different path because, that cameras are, I suppose cameras are enough, like, what's the right way to say it? It's just that there's the scrutiny, if you're going to be on film, is so high that having an eye looking one way and not the other way, the right way or something, I did one project where a director hired me and then they didn't know about my eye and they had to do some reshoots. And that made me say, I just don't want to do this because I was embarrassed. It was like, oh, we have to do a reshoot because your one eye's looking this way and your other eye's looking that way. And then he said, why don't you tell me about your eye? Because sometimes without the glasses, you can't really notice, but then it becomes more noticeable as I'm looking around or whatever. Anyway, I had a brain aneurysm. The aneurysm was unruptured. They coiled it, so I'm healthy. They fixed the aneurysm, but unfortunately, the nerve damage caused the paralysis of one of my eyes, which does cause double vision sometimes. And I drive with one eye closed. I drive with the weak eye closed or with a patch. Otherwise, and then I have depth perception problems. But I'm walking around and breathing, Ryan Evans, so I have no complaint. Yes, and the Sixth Sense correctly pointing out a brain aneurysm can cause a significant impact on vision by causing pressure to the optic nerve in the brain. Yeah, and somebody else commenting, don't let it bother you, bro. Well, I don't, but listen, as far as being on screen, I realized doing magic shows I could just wear sunglasses or a patch, and then I went and think about my wonky eye or that it's distracting, because it is distracting. If I didn't have these glasses on, sometimes my eyes would be looking in two different directions. And it looks really wackadoo and creepy and weird. And it's distracting from the show. So for that reason, I chose to I wear the sunglasses, Nobody sees my wonky eye looking one way and my good eye looking the right way. And then I'm not self-conscious about what's my eye doing. I don't have anxiety about it. I don't worry about it. I just do the show and I don't worry about my eye. And interestingly, the sunglasses sort of become a trademark after a while. And you know, all my avatars, my profile pictures are all me like this. And it becomes sort of a trademark. People, you know, they know you as that guy in the sunglasses. You know, once in a while I get a stupid comment because somebody's like, why wearing sunglasses inside, stupid? And then they feel dumb when they realize that I'm handicapped. But it's all good, right? Yes. And On the Rise says the sunglasses is part of the Truth Seeker's image now. Yeah. And I wouldn't want to change it right now. Yeah. Alien Girl is here. Says, I always dig the glasses. Yeah, me too. Yeah. Plus Ryan says, plus the shades are cool. Yeah. So I'm glad for those. I'm glad you asked, Ryan, because we have had a lot of new people and maybe other people wondered that. A lot of the long timers here know what's going on with that. But yeah, every once in a while, somebody should remind me to let everybody know what the situation with the glasses is, especially to save people from making comments they may, you know, like this idiot with sunglasses or whatever, you know. So listen, tonight, friends, I'm very happy because we got another one of these great things off my to-do list. People have been asking me to cover the Mothman since we started the show almost 2 years ago now. I get emails at least once every couple of weeks. Somebody says, why don't you cover Mothman? And they send me some links. It's an enduring mystery that I have really enjoyed covering and following over the years. And I hope that you enjoyed it too. So what can I say, friends? I'm going to bounce on out of here. Always happy when there's an audience. And tonight we had a great one. I hope that you will come here tomorrow night. We should be broadcasting at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time again. We tried this 11 o'clock, but it's too late. The attendance is not good at that time. It's much better at this time. And plus, I like to get the show over with and have a few hours to wind down. Those of you who know me well know that I have terrible insomnia. And if I get done a show at 1 a.m., I might not be in bed until 6 a.m., and that's terrible. Or I might not be sleeping until 6 or 7 a.m. I, like a lot of people, I guess I need a lot of time to wind down and get relaxed and ready for rest. It doesn't, I can't stand people that could just jump in bed and go right to sleep. Who are these people? You know, I got to fight my own brain for a few hours before my brain gives up and lets me rest. So we're going to try to stay at 7 p.m. And I hope that's good for you. It's good for me. Like I said, we had a great audience tonight. Thank you for coming here and spending some time with me. Always happy to be here spending time with you. No place else I would rather be. Always happy to come here and spend some time with you. So what can I say, friends? We'll be back tomorrow getting at it again. Until next time, friends, my name is Stephen Cambion. Good night, and God bless all of you. Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back. I'm excited tonight, so excited tonight, because we're going to be continuing our Enduring Mystery series. When we did the Enduring Mystery first episode about the Mothman, I had so many people reach out to me and say, you got to talk to this author, Lon Strickler. And I looked into his work and saw that he is probably one of the world's leading experts on the most recent sightings of Mothman, centered around Chicago most recently. If you thought that the mystery of the Mothman begins and ends with Point Pleasant, you would be very mistaken, because in fact, there are some amazing recent sightings. And the man who's covered that, investigated that more than any other person, is our guest tonight. Author, researcher, and Fortean researcher, Lon Strickler. Welcome to the show, Mr. Strickler. Pleasure to have you here.
Oh, thanks for having me, Stephen.
Yeah, so you have been researching this sort of strange topics for decades now, right? I think 40 years?
Yeah, it's been over 40 years altogether, yeah.
What an amazing journey it must have been. So what got you to this recent sightings with the Mothman sightings in Chicago?
Well, I've always been interested in the flying humanoid phenomenon. And of course, I, like most people, knew about the Point Pleasant Mothman. And I had an encounter here in Pennsylvania back in 1988 of something very similar to what people are describing in and around Chicago. So when the sightings started to occur, or started being reported, because they had been going on for quite a while, there were 3 sightings in 2011 in South Chicago. And myself and Manuel Navarrete, who runs the UFO Clearinghouse site, we started looking into these 3 reports that came into MUFON. And, it was just those 3 singular reports during the late summer of 2011. And as we continued on, there wasn't a whole lot going on. But Chicago has a lot of weird stuff goes on anyway.
Yeah.
City. And then in the early spring of 2017, we had a sighting that was reported to MUFON of a 6 to 7 foot dark colored, emaciated humanoid-like being with huge wings. And the person who reported this was she was an attorney, and she was walking her dog in Oz Park, and she came across this thing. And when she walked up to it, it was standing in the middle of the, I guess right there where a playground or something was, and she saw this thing. Yeah. And this thing turned around and had huge red eyes, bright red eyes. And then it just jettisoned into the air without even unfurling its wings. And that tends to be a phenomena that is associated with a lot of these sightings, that they have some type of ability to propel themselves without wings.
So the wings may not be like functional. I've heard that before, that the wings may not be what is making them fly. They just have the ability to fly and wings, right? They just launch themselves right in the air. That's
to me, when they do use the wings, and some people have seen them flap them, but it's mostly for direction and guiding. When they're gliding, from the sightings that we've had. But this thing, it took off, and it reached its apex, and I don't think she was able to see it anymore, but she heard it let out a scream. And I've heard
about those screams being blood curdling from this thing, right?
Yeah, I mean, we've had people describe them as sounding like the brakes on a train.
Yeah,
so that's pretty loud.
Sure,
and, that would kind of, and in fact, when I had my encounter, we heard something very similar to that. So so that's where it started, and since 2017, it's been fairly steady. We've had some lulls in that time, but for the most part, these sightings have continued year round. And as of October of 2019, the majority of the sightings have been occurring at O'Hare International.
I heard about those. There's
And
crazy stories. They're just right there, right in front of people, right? It's not like a nighttime. People are having daytime sightings of this thing.
It's
in the
mostly
middle
night,
of the day.
but
It's
there
mostly
have
night.
been
Yeah,
some
but there's been some
daytime.
day ones, right?
Yeah. In fact, we've had some we had pilots that saw it during the day. And I think we had at least another, we had a security guard who saw it at maybe dusk or something like that. But and the majority of the sightings in the recent time have been in an area of the airport in the Western Cargo area where there's actually a cemetery in O'Hare. And there have been 5 or 6 sightings that have been either in the cemetery or within 100 yards of the cemetery. And we're starting to believe, and we do believe that there's something associated with that cemetery, either maybe a portal or something opening up, because these things aren't seen all the time. They're fleeting sightings. They're very brief. And that's for all the sightings. They're very brief. They don't last very long at all. So so that's what we've been working on. And it's been, I can't say it's been an ordeal, because I'll be honest with you, I've been enjoying it the whole time. But it's just
yeah, I can imagine.
It's just something unusual. And it's very hard to get a grasp on actually what's been going on, especially in the beginning. I mean, we had no idea what was we had a team of 7 of us working on it at the time.
Jeez.
And
there's that many sightings in the Chicago area.
Well, early on we looked into them very intently just to get an idea of what was really going on. Now, I don't live in Chicago. I live in Pennsylvania, up near Gettysburg.
Fellow Pennsylvanian.
Yeah, near Gettysburg. But I'm not out there, but I have people out there, and I have a good team, very good team, and we've stuck together, and it's kind of evolved over the years. And but that's not the only thing we look into. We look into all kinds of stuff,
all manner of crazy things. So isn't the fact that these sightings are taking place, these more modern sightings are taking place in the middle of a major city, doesn't that make them maybe better for evidentiary support? Because a lot of the sightings in Point Pleasant, people say, well, there's owls everywhere, or cranes. It could be different animals. Isn't the sightings in Chicago make it easier to rule out misidentification of animals as maybe the cause of some of this?
Well, you would think so. The one thing about this group of sightings, and you pointed it out, it's within an urban area, which is very unusual. It's like, it's almost like the old.
Yeah, it's like seeing Bigfoot in the middle of the city.
Yeah, I mean,
there's something not right here.
It's like Kochak or whatever his name was that used to do the investigations in Chicago for that TV show back in the 70s. It's just some really odd stuff. And the one thing about these sightings that has been amazing is that when the witnesses contact us, they don't embellish on their story. They tell us what they saw. We have tried. We have tried to get them to embellish, and they won't do it. Just to see how truthful and forthright they're being with us. And that's amazing. And that's something you don't run into in encrypted investigations a lot. You always get somebody that's trying to jack onto the story and make it more than it is.
You glob onto it, make it more than it is, right?
But no, that's not what's been going on. So and that's been fairly consistent. At this current time, we have approximately 140 sightings.
Wow.
Within a 250 mile radius of Chicago that we believe are viable sightings.
Wow. And do you get a sense of any sense of the purpose of this thing? Because this is one thing I've always wondered about. People have said it's a harbinger of doom and things like that because of Point Pleasant and the bridge collapse. And people claim that they saw the Mothman before Fukushima and in Russia when that meltdown happened. And a lot of people believe that it's some kind of harbinger of doom. Do you think that that's its purpose in Chicago, or do you have any sense of what the purpose? What is it doing there?
I will tell you, people kind of likened this to the Mothman of Point Pleasant when it first started. I tried to dispel a lot of that, but I was literally having people call me 24/7 when this started, wondering what was going to happen in Chicago, believing it was a harbinger, because they do believe the story of the Silver Bridge collapse being a harbinger and the result of the sighting of the Mothman. I don't believe in that. I believe it was look, you got a small town where 46 people died before Christmas on a bridge.
And people look for some semblance of explanation.
Yeah. And I don't think it is. Now, the only disaster that I know of that has been documented where there were previous sightings to the disaster itself of some type of winged being was at Chernobyl. And there was they called it the Blackbird of Chernobyl. And this thing,
I've read about this a lot. Yeah,
this thing was seen flying over the reactor several days before the actual meltdown, and that's been documented. But as far as like Fukushima, the bridge collapse in Minneapolis, and other places, it's usually after the fact where people say, "Oh yeah, I saw this, this, and that,"
connecting the dots, maybe.
Right.
Yeah.
So I don't necessarily buy into the harbinger theory, the portent of doom theory, but who knows? I mean, but in Chicago, I mean, there's enough death and destruction in Chicago. I don't think there's really much that can be tied into these sightings.
Yeah, that's like the highest murder rate in the country, I think. I mean, I'm from Philadelphia. I'm used to high murder rate, but Chicago's even crazier, right? And thank you, Sidvich, for your kindness, your generosity, and your support of the show.
I lived near Baltimore for 40 years, so yeah, I know. It's
yeah. I got out of the city 2 years ago, and I thought I was going to hate the suburbs, but so far I love it. It's quiet, it's peaceful. I got respectful neighbors for the first time in my entire life. It's crazy.
I moved back to
a whole other world.
I moved back to the place where I grew up at. So so it's kind of a change.
Yeah, sometimes home draws you back home, but I don't think I'll ever be at home in Philadelphia again. I got a taste of that nice suburban life that I thought I didn't want, and I just said, I'm good here. Let the crackheads have Philly. I'm good.
No, I get it.
I think what did it for me, Lon, is that somebody stole my wife's flower pots off the porch with the flowers in them. And then they were selling the flower pots a few blocks away.
Is that right?
Yeah. And I was just like, you've got to be kidding me. Like this, it's time to move. So you've been studying this thing for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things that always fascinated me is that because it's such an amazing mystery of what is this winged humanoid creature that people keep seeing? What is it? People have said it's interdimensional, it's an angel, it's a devil, it's an alien, it's just a cryptid creature that we don't know about, maybe another species split off of humanity. There's so many explanations. You've been studying this thing for a long time. Do you have a sense of what this thing is? Is it alien? Is it a demon, an angel, what, interdimensional? What do you think?
I think it's interdimensional. And the reason I say that is because of some of the evidence that we have gotten in more recently, where some of our team members have been having physical, visual, and intuitive connection with some of these beings, which has been remarkable. And the interesting thing is that they're getting separate contact away from the other folks on the team, and they're coming up with the same thing. From what we're being told, and look, it's baby steps. I mean, it's very cursory. These beings are on a linear dimension as opposed to our Earth plane, but they're able to come in and out at certain locations. That's why I think this cemetery is very important.
So maybe some kind of a nexus point for some kind of a gate between the two worlds?
It seems that way. Now,
so there's a Mothman. There may be a dimension where these Mothmen are the primary intelligence, right?
Well, this is what we're getting, that these what they call themselves, the unseen ones, are what they say they're ultra terrestrial. That's what the term they like to use. They don't like extraterrestrial, alien, or anything. They call themselves ultra terrestrials. And from what we've gathered from what they're saying to my team, is that many of the cryptids that we see on our Earth plane come from this dimension. And I'm talking about Bigfoot, upright canines, other beings, unexplained beings reside on this dimension, and maybe others as well, but on this dimension.
That'd be a strange dimension to go visit. Yeah. You got dogmen and Bigfoot and winged creatures, and
do all these beings have the same abilities to move in and out of gateways, portals? Apparently so, but if you think about it, with all the sightings of Bigfoot and other beings, we've never gotten a body. We have very little physical evidence. It's all been scant evidence. How else do we explain why these beings, are seen, but never any evidence or a body or anything else, let alone taking pictures? I mean, and most of the pictures are terrible. Hard to see anyway.
Yeah, they're terrible sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, just like with this, what's been going on in Chicago, we just have not been able to get photographs. We've gotten a few that really don't show much. There have been now at O'Hara, and more recently, we had an encounter where 3 cargo workers at American Airlines one evening saw 3 of these beings near them, took their phones out, took video, but TSA and the management security absconded the video and warned them that they cannot, at the risk of losing their jobs, disclose any of this. So there was one brave soul that came out.
Wow, so the airline told people they weren't supposed to talk about it?
I tell you, the security on this from the very beginning has been getting tighter and tighter. Why? I guess it has to do with passengers worrying about one of these things getting sucked up into one of the plane engines. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what the reason is behind it, but I know there are a lot of sightings. I do have an informant who works as a supervisor at one of the airlines who has told me that their people have been reporting this phenomena for 2 years straight.
Wow.
And the rumors at the airport are rampant. We're only scratching the surface with this phenomena. And
that's very interesting.
Yeah,
I wanted to get back to
why they're doing it, but they're doing it.
I wanted to get back to so you're saying that you have team members that are somehow able to communicate with some of these beings. Would they be like some kind of psychic or something? Or
the 2 ladies I have working with me are both psychics. They're very intuitive. They're very trustworthy, but they're talented. They're gifted. And if I didn't trust them, I wouldn't have them on the team, but I trust them. And they have had some physical, some visual, and some intuitive contact with these beings. I have another individual who's been on the team for a while now, who lives in Chicago, who had a physical encounter with one of these beings in the cemetery, where it left a stone for him and told us, one of the psychics on our team, what to look for, and it was there. He sat on a bench at the cemetery, and this thing was behind him. He told us to for our team member to put their hand out, and this thing touched his hand.
Oh, that's
he
creepy.
Was freaked. He was so freaked out he wouldn't talk to us for 2 days.
Wow.
Yeah, it really, and I think he's still having trouble dealing with it, but he does still have contact with this being.
That's crazy. So he's got some. Yeah, I can imagine that could shake you up when you have this realization that you've just been touched by something from another world, perhaps, right?
It's like I said before, this is very preliminary. We're trying to gain trust. From what they tell us, they have a lot of mistrust of humans, especially males. They are a matriarchic society where females of their species run the show. But there's something about males, either testosterone or just whatever it is about males, they don't trust. And my impression is that they were probably some of the earliest deities on this planet, or with association with humans. They've been around. You can
see a lot of examples of winged gods.
Yeah.
In the Sumerian tablets and things like that. There were like a being with a bird's head and the body of a man.
Yeah, chimeras.
There's definitely historical things that would seem to indicate that may be the case, right?
Yeah, we start to see more and more as we start understanding some of these earlier civilizations. You say the Sumerians, the Fertile Crescent, and with the Nile Valley and such, where their beliefs and stuff were incorporate humanoids and animals, chimeras, or whatever you want to call them. So I believe there's some connection there.
Interesting. And can you tell me, the people that have these sightings, do they experience hearing voices later or get strange phone calls? Is there other phenomenon related with the sighting? Because I've read in some cases people start having, after a sighting of this thing, they start having some kind of weird experiences that may be related.
Yeah, occasionally phone calls.
That's bizarre. You get
some
a
unusual
phone call from a
contacts
Mothman
that they don't understand. If you read the Mothman prophecies, a lot of that was interjected. Now, I don't know how much of that was true. Of course, John Keel, he was a journalist, so he kind of embellished a few things in the Mothman prophecies. But no, quite frankly, I think that was a lot of what happened there. People who had these encounters did have other activity happen beyond the sightings themselves. I come across a lot of people who have winged humanoid encounters, even in the same area around Point Mason County, the Kanawha River and such, who still have sightings. And a lot of these people have other phenomena happen to them as well.
Wow, interesting. And these you're saying there's a 150 sightings.
Yeah.
Is the local media covering any of this, or is they're just ignoring it?
Well, they did it first. And of course, it being the media, they didn't get a lot of fun out of it at first. It kind of got the entrepreneur spirit going around Chicago with people selling T-shirts and stickers with the Chicago Mothman. I never called it the Chicago Mothman. I never associated it with the Mothman because, quite frankly, it doesn't look like what happened at Point Pleasant. I was actually calling it the Chicago Phantom, but of course the media started calling it the Mothman. They got to sell papers, and so to alleviate the confusion, I went along with the Mothman moniker there. But it I don't believe there's too much in connection with the Mothman, though they may very well come from the same location. But their descriptions are much different than what the Mothman was described as.
Oh, you think it's a separate entity, or is?
Oh, I do. Yeah, I do. For the most part, the sightings in Chicago. Now we have had sightings where people describe them as owlmen or some type of insectoid like a Mothman. We've had a few of those, but for the most part, the sightings have been of a 5 to 6 foot emaciated humanoid, dark in color, sometimes shiny looking wet, with legs, small feet, and wings from anywhere to 10 to 15 foot in full width that were membrane wings that look like that of a bat or a gargoyle. The head is usually very thin with no neck, and many times they had the red eyes, but not all the time, but many times it was the red eyes. And we've had a few people seeing these things flap their wings to lift off, but a lot of times it just doesn't happen like that. I mean, this thing just literally takes off.
Wow.
Yeah. And like I said, when I had my encounter in 1988, it was very similar to that. And, you know, in the same area where I had my encounter along the same creek, there have been 5 other sightings since that time. So is it still there? I don't know. But people have had separate sightings of it.
Yeah, Pete Baker brings an excellent point. There's a theory that Mothman, what he does is feed off of negative emotional energy. Lots of that in Chicago. Over 4,000 people killed every year. Do you get a sense that they do feed off of something, or maybe that's why they're being seen, or they're feeding off of negative energies?
If they're like other spiritual beings, possibly. You know, malevolent beings, malevolent energies do have a tendency to feed off dysfunction and violence and death and such. But as far as these beings go, and since they are flesh and blood, I don't know if they have that ability. Though if they did, it wouldn't surprise me. You know, some of the things we have seen so far are pretty earth-shaking and, you know, just hard to explain.
Yeah. Has there been any reports of what, or do you have a sense of maybe, so these things, are they ever shown like killing an animal and eating it, or anything like that? Or are they more of like you said, an interdimensional being? Because I'm a little confused. People are seeing a physical thing. They're seeing a physical, what looks like a physical body and all of that stuff, right?
And there hasn't been any indication that they're an ethereal being or something that's, you know, they are supernatural. They are ultra terrestrials, but they are flesh and blood. As far as feeding on animals, we haven't seen that. And that's something we've looked into as far as pet predation or small animal predation in parks and around neighborhoods. And that just has not been reported.
Yeah, interesting. So we don't really know if they're physical creatures that actually need to eat or anything like that. For all we know, they're some sort of, like you said, ultra-dimensional or ultra-terrestrial.
Yeah.
Yeah, interesting. And so do you have a sense from these people, like how it's affected their lives, these sightings? Are they experiencing long-term sort of psychological damage or problems from seeing this thing? Or are they just kind of like, I saw something crazy, and they move on with their lives?
I think the majority of people take it for what it is and don't let it bother them. But there are people who have had some emotional issues because of it. We had at least one individual who suffered some type of blindness after it happened, which was also diagnosed. The doctor didn't really understand what was going on with this guy. I saw the medical reports. It was, you know, it went away. I mean, he got his sight back, but it was a temporary thing. when people have approached these things, like when they're standing, the description we get is of like dread, but they also become very weak kneed. I mean, in fact, some people have literally dropped to the ground when they get close to it. Does this being have some type of infrasound or some type of abilities to do that? I think so. But they do try to get away from it as fast as they can. And they do recover fairly quickly. But we've also had people that were very distressed from it. We had one individual who had to catch a plane the next day and just could not do it. They had to be grounded for about 3 days until they were able to get on a plane. So, yeah, there are some physical manifestations as a result of these sightings and encounters. People have been close to these things at some point. So, yeah, I mean, it does cause some type of malady at some point.
And you mentioned these psychics that you have on your team.
Yeah.
Do they have a sense of why are they here? What are they doing here? What is their purpose here?
I'm an intuitive.
And thank you, Stephanie.
Yeah, I'm an intuitive, and I can't really grasp it myself. Is it because I'm a male? I don't know. They, from what I have gathered from my team, is that they're trying to incorporate themselves into humans' lives once again, gradually. Now, why they do that, that's not known. Do they have an agenda? Well, seems like everything has an agenda at some point, but I just don't know why. Are we cautious about this contact? Absolutely. We're not jumping in head first. We're very cautious about it, just like anything else. But this is something that we're going to continue to work on, and hopefully we're going to get some answers, something that's going to give us an idea of why this is going on.
Wow. Thank you, Jesse Singer, for a kind and generous support of the show. We appreciate it. We're a viewer-supported show. The best way to support us is to throw money at us, right, Mr. Strickler? Everybody needs some of that. So you are the person that investigated all these Chicago reports. Are they ongoing today? Are you still getting you're still getting people that are seeing this thing?
We had an encounter about 2.5 weeks ago.
Wow. Can you tell us a little more about that?
Yeah, this was this happened at
I think you froze up. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, I saw that. And what happened was, let me pull it up here real quick. Yeah, this person saw it out in the parking lot. It was in the evening. They were getting off about 9:30, and he was a truck driver. So he was delivering mail to the sorting facility, and he described it as an orange-eyed winged being, and he was fairly close to it. So, and that's not the first time we've had sightings at that facility. And of course, a lot of times when we talk to these people, they tell us, well, I had no idea this was going on, and so what I did, I would Google orange-eyed, red-eyed, winged humanoid, winged being, and your name would come up, and, we'd report it. Now, that was reported to Manuel, who has the UFO Clearinghouse website. So it's myself, Manuel, and Tobias Whalen over at the Singular Fortean Society. We're the three who are getting most of the reports.
And somebody mentioned this is a good point. In Chicago, I would assume that there are some traffic cams and things like that. Have you been able to sort of interface with their system to try to get some film or images of this thing?
Yeah, well, we've tried. The city of Chicago has not been very cooperative.
I imagine that. The government not being helpful.
Yeah. We had a pair of police officers who saw one of these beings standing on a 3-story building, and they contacted us because there was a crowd that that formed there, and they flagged these cops down, and it was in one of the neighborhoods, and they got a hold of us and told us what they had seen. And this thing was standing. They thought first of all they thought it was a jumper. You know, they thought it was somebody on top of the roof going to jump. But when they saw this thing unfurl its wings and the red eyes and take off and screech, well, they knew it was something other than the person doing that. And the police officer told me he did file a report. So I'm thinking, wow, good, we can file a FOIA request with Chicago Police Department. That wasn't going to happen. It's interesting. You know, when you file a FOIA request, it usually takes 2 to 3 weeks to get a response.
Yeah.
We got, all three of us filed a request, and we all got a receipt 2 days later, like they were looking for it. And we have no record of this whatsoever.
No, that's interesting. Why would the report disappear?
Yeah, and we filed at the airport. We had some pilots see this thing. They filed a report with their supervisors. I contacted the Great Lakes division of the Federal Aeronautics Administration for a FOIA. They have no record of it. As far as the city of Chicago goes, now we did have one of our witnesses worked in the mayor's office.
Oh, that's interesting.
And when I talked to her, I did ask her, I said, look, or do you think we can get some cooperation with the city? She started laughing at me. She said, they know about this. They are not going to cooperate at all. They are trying to shut this thing down. I have made requests for video cam, you know, because the city is full of video cams. I have requested video footage from security companies near areas where sightings have been, and it's just like nobody wants to comply whatsoever. Now,
I can imagine though. You can imagine though. Like, imagine being the guy at the security company, and somebody calls and says, I'm going to need this footage because somebody saw an 8-foot tall winged humanoid creature, and we want to see if it's on. You know, they probably think you're a whack job, right?
Well, yeah, you can
but
understand.
It's a real thing people are seeing, so I guess I can understand some of that. And somebody mentioned, have you tried setting up cameras at this cemetery that you're talking about that may be?
We are in the process of doing that. It's just a matter of being able to put something on private property like that, because it is private property.
Oh,
we are looking into it.
Drones, maybe you could fly drones over that.
Well, if you're not going to fly a drone over an airport,
you're right. But the cemetery, maybe.
Well, yeah, but it's still in the airport, so you're not going to be able to.
Oh, the cemetery is in the airport.
It's right in the airport.
Oh, it's like an old ancient cemetery then?
It's from the 1800s. The name of the cemetery is Rest Haven Cemetery.
Okay.
It's part of the. It was actually 2 cemeteries there originally. One was dug up and paved over, but this one remained for whatever reason. I don't know. It seems awful bizarre that thing remained there, but I don't know the full story on that, and that's something we're looking into as to why this cemetery remained there. But yeah, I mean, we've thought about, because of trees around the cemetery, and we have talked about going in there and putting cameras up into the trees, but you know, the only problem is I just feel that if we don't get permission, we're really sticking our neck out. So
yeah, you don't want to get arrested. Yeah.
I don't want TSA getting on us about anything. So and look, the security, the separate security that the airport employs, they're pretty tough. So yeah.
Yeah.
So that's the reason why we have to do it. There's pictures of the cemetery there.
Yeah, I'm trying to show some good images. So there's just this cemetery right there where all these people are seeing these things. Look, there's an airplane flying right in over the cemetery. That's amazing. We
also had a dock worker, actually a truck driver. No, he was a dock worker. He was out on a smoke break, and the cemetery is right behind the dock. And he was out there, and he saw a UFO, an oval-shaped bright UFO, suddenly appear above the cemetery and hovered above it. And he saw a humanoid-like figure ascend into the UFO. Well, the first thing we asked him is, "Look, did this thing have wings on it?" I couldn't tell. I didn't know. But we have had grays associated with this phenomenon that had been seen with a winged humanoid. We've had other humanoids associated with around these beings as well. Chicago has a very interesting dynamic with parks and greenways and stuff. And some of the parks near the airport, people have reported seeing unusual humanoids in the park itself.
No, that's interesting.
Yeah, so there's a lot of layers here.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, because you've investigated this winged creatures and cryptids, but you've also investigated aliens and abductions and experiencers and phantoms and monsters. Some people seem to think that all of this is from the same source. It's like all from the same root, that it's all connected. It's all intertwined somehow. Is that something that you get a sense of, or do you think there's, because some people say that these aliens, the grays that people are seeing, they're not really from another star system. They're from another dimension, which would tie into what you think about Mothman. Do you think they're all connected?
Yeah, I think there is some connection for the most part with these phenomena. Years and years ago, when this UFO abduction phenomena thing started happening and people started reporting this, like when you go back in the 60s with Betty and Barney Hill and all that, there was normally a UFO involved with it, and the grays were the beings that were doing the abducting. That has kind of evolved over the years. It's turned into more of a portal-like abduction, where the people are transported out of their homes, not into a craft or anything as such. They go through a window or go through a portal that opens up in a bedroom or things like that. That seems to be more and more what we're getting now. And it's usually not just the grays. We're getting factions of different types of humanoids, even humans that are involved with these things. It's really bizarre how it has changed over time. But, with anything else, it does seem to evolve sometimes. It does seem to change. And I think for whatever reason, whatever their agenda is, it has been changing. So, what's going to happen next? I don't know.
Yeah. It's kind of bizarre, though. So people are seeing gray aliens too. You mentioned that some people are seeing gray aliens. Is that also in the Chicago area?
Yeah, we had one truck driver see one of these short alien grays walking by the cemetery. We had a woman who saw one of these winged beings in a park under a light at an auxiliary building at night, where there was the winged being, a gray alien, and two female humans that didn't necessarily act like they were human. And
that's interesting.
As she was watching, there was a sudden blue light flashed. Everything disappeared except for the winged humanoid. And then a couple seconds later, that thing took off. And this woman was a school teacher, and she was freaked out because the day that she contacted one of my people and told them about it, she had a Men in Black-like encounter at her school. Now, it wasn't dressed in black or anything. It was just somebody came up and asked her about her sighting, her encounter. And, out of the blue.
Government type? Like a government type of a person?
Yeah, I mean, from what she described, yeah, they were very serious. They wanted to know if she had reported it. She didn't say anything to him. She tried to walk away from him, but yeah, this person came up and said, "Have you reported your encounter from the other night, or this and that?" And she was freaked. I mean, she was. I mean, she would not get on the phone with us. She was sending emails and such. She was afraid, and yeah,
Yeah, that's spooky when
yeah.
a government type comes and yeah. You know, you told me that there's a lot of sightings in and around that airport, but
Mhm.
what about in the more urban areas in Chicago? Is there
Yeah.
Mothman like in the hood? People in
Yeah.
the hood are seeing Mothman?
Yeah.
That'd be kind of interesting.
I've had all kinds of witnesses. I've had Hispanic, all social economic levels. I mean, it is a discriminating cryptid or being or whatever.
It's appearing to everybody, but that
Yeah,
sounds like a bad movie, right? Like Mothman in the Hood.
yeah. It's funny because I mean, some of these are very,
Ghetto
very urban
Mothman, so they
neighborhoods,
say.
and
Yeah.
yeah.
Do you get?
Go ahead.
I was going to ask if you. What do you think of some people who are very skeptical who say that people are seeing like an owl or a crane? Is there owls or cranes even in the Chicago area? I don't know.
Yeah, there are sandhill cranes that come through at certain times of year. Blue herons will show up. Some owls, but nothing to the degree of what we're getting. You know, we've looked into that. Of course, we've had sightings that could have very well been a bird, a big bird, and we've been able to distinguish those. We've had pictures of people seeing these things flying, and we determined it was a sandhill crane or a heron. You know, you can tell that. But as far as being something huge that's got a bat-like wing and very thin, and let alone with red eyes, yeah, that's something different.
That reminds me, there's a famous photo that somebody took. This one, I don't know if you're familiar with it.
Yeah, I'm very familiar with that.
Now, some people say this is the Mothman, and other people have said, no, this is an owl with a snake in its claws.
That's
flying.
what it is. That's exactly
what it is. Okay, we can put this one to rest. I'm glad that you're here because I've been staring at this thing for a while since the first show.
Source of that photograph, and it was taken in New Jersey, from what I understand. And it was a huge owl, probably a barn owl, some type of a raptor or an owl, but that is a snake in its claws.
Yeah.
And its talons.
So it's just an owl flying with the snakes, but it looks very much like
if you look at the wing structure, it's definitely an owl wing structure.
Oh, interesting. So that's one mystery of the Mothman that we could put to rest, because I wasn't able to, I'm not an expert on owls. I've seen one in my life at the cabin, and that scared the shit out of me. It was so big. I couldn't believe how big it was. Like, I just jumped back and it flew right over me, and I was like, Jesus Christ, that thing was huge. I don't know what kind of owl it was or whatever, but there's one mystery that we can solve. Then that's a shame. Looks like that is just an owl with a snake. Interesting how the eye can be fooled, right?
Sure, absolutely, especially in the shadow like that.
Yeah, the other thing that's always fascinated me with the Mothman sightings, or not fascinated me, but given me some pause, is the red eyes, because I could shine a flashlight in the woods at my cabin, and deer's eyes will look red, or raccoon's eyes, or do you get a sense that this could be people seeing animals and scurrying off, and they think it flew off? Or like, what percentage do you think is misidentified creatures, and what percentage do you go, there's no other explanation, this is something extraordinary?
I'd say 75 to 80%, I believe, are actual sightings of something unexplained. As far as eye shine goes, there's ways of determining eye shine, because eye shine looks like it's actual reflective glare. But when the being is projecting red light or whatever colored light, then that's something different. And that's what we're getting from people, that they're literally look like two red flashlights beaming out, where there's kind of that aura around it. And
yeah, so it's not a reflection then, it's a projection of light.
Yeah.
And I've heard that some people, it's glowing eyes, but people are seeing them with green eyes or blue eyes too, right? Like different colors.
We've had different color sightings. Yeah. Most of the we do have the colored eyes, it's mostly red or orange. That's like 95%. We have had blue eyes up in Wisconsin. We had a yellow-eyed being, and I forget where that was. Then we had two that was reported to me by another cryptozoologist up in Milwaukee, where there were green eyes. So I don't know what that's all about. Now I've had sightings up that far up into Milwaukee before, and we have had a lot of sightings in southern Wisconsin. But yeah, but it's mostly the red eyes.
So Wisconsin is another hotspot then for sightings. I haven't heard that. Yeah. Have you been there to investigate some of those as well?
We have looked into a lot of those sightings. Yeah. I have one of our investigators lives in southern Wisconsin, so he's literally gone to the witnesses and talked to them. But yeah,
and are the reports from Wisconsin similar to Chicago as far as the appearance? It's emaciated humanoid with bat-like wings and
very similar.
Very similar, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this whole phenomenon is crazy to me, and I often I just think about that, like what kind of amazing world we must live in if these things are coming from some other dimension or through a portal from some other world. But then I always go back to, what is their purpose here? What are they doing here? You said that
that's just it.
Are trying to acclimate themselves to us. Maybe they were gods to us in a previous time and were gone for a while, and now they're back.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of the sense I get from it, that they're trying to make their way back somehow, that they're familiar with us. You asked earlier, and I didn't really answer about how I react to people saying that there are misidentifications and such. And of course, within the community, the cryptid community and the paranormal community, we get a lot of that. We've had a lot of pushback on this from the very beginning, and I get that. But I've been doing this for so long now, it kind of rolls off my back at this point.
You're like, yeah, this isn't an owl, right? Like this thing that this person saw, it's not an owl.
I report what I get. I am very critical of what I get. I do make my own interpretations of what I get, and that's what I base my post on and what I report on. And if people don't agree with, they're free to their own interpretations. I understand that, but as this phenomena has continued on, it hasn't been a shot in the dark thing. This is something that has continued on and on and on, and there's something definitely behind it.
Yeah, and do you get a sense of like, are the reports increasing in frequency or slowing down? Is activity up or down lately?
It's slower than it was when it originally started. I say we get 1 to 2 good reports a month now on the average, but who knows? I mean, who knows when it's going to start spiking again? There was a while there, we were getting sightings every week at O'Hara, and but there are people who are seeing these things who just are not reporting it. And I know that for a fact. And
I can imagine. Yeah. You see something like that, you go, yeah.
Yeah. They're scared to lose their jobs for the most part, because they are being threatened with their jobs. And
it's interesting that the airline would do that, though. I don't understand the reasoning, but I guess they don't want the attention, maybe. They don't want the controversy.
Well, you know, with the COVID thing and all that, and they were losing passengers, and they lost a lot of money during that period of time. I think they're kind of doing as much as they can to alleviate any loss of income, and maybe that's the reason why they're behind it. You know, really pushing to quell this. And if that's the case, then I understand it. But still, you know, I want to get it out there. I want some explanations. You know, and if people do have these experiences, I want them to come forward so we can at least get a record of it and look into it. You know, the more the merrier, basically. And it's you know, it's nothing. It's not something I take lightly, or my team takes lightly. We're very serious about this. Everything we do, actually, but this in particular, we're very serious about it.
So these psychics that you mentioned that are in contact with them, is that like an ongoing contact that they're continuing to try to contact this entity, or?
It's off and on. I mean, it's not a matter of us getting a hold of them. It's the other way around. They do offer contact when called upon sometimes, but not as much as they had earlier. We actually ran into a problem back in, I guess, early November. We started reporting more in depth on these encounters with our team. And what happened was we had people who were summoning these beings and trying to bind them. That didn't turn out too well because these beings fought back on them. I don't know if anybody got hurt, but I know the unseen ones that had contacted our people were very upset about it. And they had asked us to kind of back off a bit on the information that was going out.
And what method of summoning, like some kind of ceremonial magic or something like that?
Yeah, I think a lot of them were using chaos magic or something to that effect. And
they think that they can bind and control these creatures?
Well, they were trying to. I don't know exactly what methods they were using, and they didn't get into specifics with us. But, you know, my team is pretty familiar with these type of divination and summoning methods. And
that's a new thing to me. I've never heard of that somebody can summon the Mothman entity with some kind of ceremonial magic.
I tell you what. Going back to the Point Pleasant Mothman, and this is a theory I've had from a long time ago, and I think it's true today. I think the original Mothman was a summoned being by a very strong indigenous spirit or energy that's located at the West Virginia Ordnance Works. People call it the TNT plant. And the reason why, first of all, I've done investigations at the area. We've gotten some very interesting EVP recordings, very distinctive recordings from there. And look, when I go in there, I get a sick feeling anytime I go there anyway. The energy is just that palpable. But anyway, I believe that this Mothman being was summoned as a from another dimension as a sentinel or guardian. You know, the TNT plant was drawing a lot of younger adults, kids, and I think this spirit energy was threatened by it. And I think that's where the Mothman, how and why the Mothman came to Point Pleasant as a sentinel. And if you're familiar with the Mothman stories, this thing was very aggressive and actually chased people out of there. And I think that being was an actual summoned being. Now, I don't think these beings in Chicago have been summoned. I don't think that's the case here, but I think that was the case there.
Well, that's interesting that you mentioned this ceremonial magic and summoning them, because I once interviewed, and I'm still friendly with, a Catholic priest who's an exorcist. And I told him that I was going to be doing this interview. I said, I'd like to know some of your thoughts on this Mothman phenomenon. And this is what he sent me back in an email. He said, "The creature resembles a demon in all respects. I believe that it is a demon, and it should be avoided at all costs and not ever interacted with. In fact, it should be ignored, or you may be welcoming its demonic energies into your own lives." He goes on to say that several possessed people in the church that he did exorcisms on saw the so-called Mothman creature before their possession by demons and suffering began. I strongly urge all people to not communicate with or contact this entity, which I believe is demonic. What do you think of his opinion?
Well,
It's his
I mean,
opinion.
he's entitled to his opinion. I've heard this from other clergy as well.
Because you're directly trying to communicate with them, and he strongly cautions against that.
And like I said, we're very careful. We're very careful with what's going on here.
So you don't believe that they're evil or that they're demons?
I don't think so. At this point, that hasn't turned out. Look, I'm always cautious. I have worked with people who've had possessions and who've had infestations forever. I mean, I've been doing that for a long time. I get it. I understand where he's coming from. I understand where these other people are coming from. There are malevolent energies. I don't necessarily believe in demons, but evil is evil. And there are energies that are malevolent. Now, is the Mothman, the winged humanoid, something that is evil? I don't know. But from what I can tell, from the descriptions and what from people have experienced, I don't believe that's the case. Though, anybody is entitled to their opinion on this. But I do say that we are careful about it.
Yeah, I mean, I was raised Catholic, and I'm not saying that I disagree with this priest. I like the guy. I have a lot of respect for what he does. He tries to help a lot of suffering people who he believes and they believe that they're possessed, and they do the whole thing with the people that when he agrees to do an exorcism, they've exhausted every other possibility before they say, yes, this is a demon possession.
Absolutely.
But growing up Catholic, I know that they are very quick. That's evil. Stay away from it. Ouija boards, tarot cards, witchcraft books. You can't read. I wasn't even allowed to read certain books growing up. The priests told my father to burn books that I had gotten, and I was just curious and young and like, what's this, witchcraft thing about? Do spells work? So I got a couple of books. My dad burned them. They're very quick to go right to everything is evil. And I think that's a little bit overcautious. Like if we have this phenomenon, right, shouldn't we explore it before we just dismiss it as demonic and yeah.
Well, I tell you, I have been involved with some pretty rough cases as far as either possession or infestation. I have been at exorcisms with Catholic rites in the whole 9 yards. I have witnessed these. I have also seen priests get so frustrated that they run out of the house.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, they get scared too. And if it's something they can't explain, look, I understand it. And there have been things that I've encountered where it's very hard to explain it. There are cases, in one in particular, cases I have worked on for years until I finally got to a point where I started to understand it. Malevolency runs on a lot of levels, and I can understand where they come from, saying, using the cover that, look, this is a demon. That's the only thing we can describe as being. And, but it's just not the Catholic Church. Of course, you're going to get it in any denomination where they believe the dogma of the evil demon and this and that. And I understand that. It may
just be the appearance of it, right? Like they're not saying that Bigfoot is a demon.
Sure.
They're saying that the Mothman is because winged, bat wings, and it looks sort of like a demon that has been portrayed in fiction and culture throughout human history. And we have some viewer questions, if you don't mind taking a few viewer questions. This might be a tough one for you because it's probably some kind of controversy that I'm not aware of. But Timothy Brigham says, Lon, are you and Butch still promoting a human mutilation case against the family's wishes?
Well, unfortunately, Butch passed away last week, so that case is mine now. That's the Todd C's death case. Yeah, this case, this occurred in 2002, in August of 2002, where this gentleman by the name of Todd C's was on the Montour Ridge, was above his property, in Northumberland County, Pennsylvania. And from all indications from witnesses that he was literally abducted by a craft. People saw somebody being lifted into the craft at the time. There was a lot of people who came out in the community to look for this gentleman. It was a 36-hour search all up and down the ridge, and nobody found anything. But suddenly his body appears on the ground where everybody's been looking at. And the guy was dead.
Mutilated? I'm not familiar with this case.
No, he wasn't mutilated per se. I mean, there was no blood in the body. Dead. Yeah,
wow, that's interesting.
He was dead. There was some spot on the temple. There was a lack of blood. In fact, when I understand, because we did get the autopsy report, Butch got the autopsy report from an independent forensic coroner or whoever in Allentown, Pennsylvania. I mean, this is like what, 80 miles east of where it happened at. The final determination was that he died of a cocaine toxicity, which was a load of crap. But that's what they used. This was a case that was kind of covered up for a long, long time until Butch and I decided we're going to look deep into it. That was back in 2013. Yep, the family has been fighting us tooth and nail about disclosure. Why they're doing that, they have never explained to us. Apparently, when this was all said and done, they received a lead sealed coffin and were told not to open it, just to bury it or whatever they're going to do.
Wow, that's bizarre. Why would it be lead?
Well, yeah. Why? Why was it lead and why was it sealed? I don't think the body was in there, to be honest with you. I think it was.
Wow, that's
I think the government
case.
may have it. But look, when this all happened, when the body was found, when the body turned up, everybody who was searching was taken to the local fire station. They were taken into the hall, Tuckahoe Fire Department. That's what it was. And these two guys in suits came up there, closed the doors, and told everybody, you're going to be quiet. You're not going to disclose any of this. You're going to keep quiet about it. Nothing. Well, people are saying, well, these guys must have been FBI. They weren't FBI. FBI doesn't do that. These were Air Force personnel.
Also, it may have some connection to some Air Force tests or experimental craft.
The military has,
radiation.
But see, the Air Force has always been tied in with the UFO phenomena. And of course, when it first started out, with Project Blue Book and that, it was first Air Force, and NASA got involved with some of that. Then it was back to the Air Force, and who knows what they're doing now. But the Air Force has always had their thumb in the pie somewhere down the line. And I believe that these guys were Air Force. Now, Butch and I have gotten a lot of pushback on this case. MUFON will not touch it. New Fork will not touch it. None of the government agencies in the state of Pennsylvania or federal will give us any answers or any information. It's funny. We couldn't find a single thing about this Todd C's guy until we did a radio interview together on Beyond the Edge Radio back in 2014, where we were disclosing some of the things we had found. And the day after we did the radio show, miraculously, his Social Security number and an old traffic ticket pops up on Ancestry.com.
That's bizarre.
Yeah, that was bizarre. So we've been getting bits and pieces like that. So yeah, the whole thing is an enigma. I believe the man was literally taken by some craft of alien, whatever you want to say it was, and that he was dumped. And something went wrong and the guy was dead. The body had scratches all over it. So apparently he tried to get away from this thing. Up on the top of the ridge, there were a lot of briars and such up there. So I think he was trying to get away. Yeah.
That's a bizarre case. I haven't heard of that one. I'm going to have to look into that one.
Yeah,
and thanks, Area 503, for your kindness, your generosity, and your support of the show. He says, thanks for the interesting conversation, you two. I love getting multiple views and opinions. I love getting the experts on subjects. So I can't tell you how happy I am that you agreed to come here. And we do have some other questions here. Somebody asked, let me get to the questions from the live chat. If you do have a question for Lon, please put it in all capital letters so that I know that it is a question for Lon and not just chatter in the live chat. Matthew asks, have these Chicago Mothmen ever been witnessed using technology? I don't know if there'd be radar tapes of their flying around or anything like that. Have you tried that avenue?
You're like,
call the Chicago here. Have you guys picked up any Mothman on your radar systems? Right?
Yeah. Well, when I put in into the FAA the FOIA request, I did ask about that, and of course they said, well, there's no report of anything, so there would nothing be on radar. I'm quite sure they picked up somewhere down the line, though.
Yeah, they could pick up flocks of birds, so why not?
They had to be pretty high. They had to be pretty high up for radar to pick up on them. So I don't know. I don't know what that really is, but we haven't gotten anything to that effect.
Wow. Yeah. And there's no. You said there's very little as far as like photographic or video evidence of these things in Chicago.
Yeah, I just wish we'd have had this video from a couple weeks ago. I really do, because that would have been outstanding. But this witness, I mean, he did detail it for us, and it was very similar to what people have been saying. It was 3 of them, and he swears it was 3 of them, and he saw them all take off when the security people showed up. They all took off. And they just literally jettisoned in the air like all the other ones and most of the other ones we had gotten. So he said he had video of these things taken off as well. So that would have been fantastic. But unfortunately,
So he wasn't able to. He didn't. Somebody claimed to have video, but then they wouldn't produce it.
Yeah, we were hoping it might have been uploaded on the cloud somehow, but apparently it wasn't. They literally took them into an office, a security office, all 3 of them, made them hand their phones to them, and they cleared everything. And,
yeah, that's one question I would ask about, because a lot of skeptical people would say, well, you've got 150 people seeing this thing. Everybody's got a phone. So not one person pulled out their phone and tried to get a picture? Or is there some interference maybe that they don't show up on film?
You got to look at the scenario, first of all. These were fleeting sightings for the most part. If you're walking down the street or you're somewhere and this thing shows up, the first thing you're thinking about is, what the hell am I looking at, as opposed to grabbing a phone that's in your pocket.
Yeah, I've been there.
And, by the time this thing is still within visibility of a camera, it's gone. I mean, by the time you get a phone out. We have had people who have had taken photographs, but they're very poor in quality because they're just too far away. And we've tried to work on these photographs, on these videos, and it just has not panned out. The sighting, this is another thing. I believe personally, and I've had other people express the same thing, especially people on the team, that we've had situations where these things showed up where there were a lot of people around. And these other people just do not seem to see it. Now, are they able to be visible to just certain people? Do they have the ability to to distinguish themselves to just certain people for whatever reason. I don't know, but it does seem to be like that.
Yeah, interesting.
It's just another theory as to why, when these things are seen in crowds, that other people around don't see it. We've had it show up at Lollapalooza one year. We had it show up at the Navy Pier, at the around Soldier Field, around the planetarium, where there were lots of people there. Though there was a sighting at the planetarium where a lot of people did see it. At the zoo, at the Lincoln Zoo. This thing has shown up in places where there are a lot of people. And
so it's not shy about staying away from crowds. So
no, they are not shy, nothing whatsoever. This is another thing people ask. Well, look, Chicago's a violent city. Has anybody ever taken a shot at one of these things? Well, I don't know. Nobody's told us about it.
Like I said, Mothman in the Hood. I could see the Crips and the Bloods. Like, let's shoot this motherfucker.
Yeah. I haven't heard of that. I guess it's not beyond reality, but maybe somebody has taken a shot at it. But I haven't heard about it.
Somebody asked in the live chat if there was any physical evidence ever at any of these cases. And I think that's one of the frustrating parts for me, is that you get a story and then you get the story, but you don't get, there's not like skin samples left behind or feathers or anything that we could glob onto, right?
The only thing that we have gotten were footprints in snow.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah. And
what were those like?
Well, they varied. One footprint that we did get from a very reliable sighting was of a very elongated foot that seemed to be about 14 inches long and very narrow. Then we had another set of prints from northern part of the city, and I forget what neighborhood it was, but anyway, it was behind a person's house. They saw this thing standing by the fence, and the snow prints were very long and narrow. So maybe this thing does.
I think I may have found one of these.
There you go.
Witness reports footprints left by Big Black Birdman in West Englewood, Chicago. The Singular Footprint Society.
So you see the footprints. What we have gotten. Some people say, well, that looks like a rabbit, or what a rabbit would do, or a bird, or even a pet, but I just don't see that. And now that one I'm not familiar with. I don't know. Yeah, it looks like a rock. But there it is.
From Woodstock, Illinois.
That's the one up in Woodstock. That was a very reliable sighting. So you can see what I'm saying, how long it was and very narrow.
Yeah, well, that's pretty interesting. Yeah, it's one of those things that, like Bigfoot prints, it's like tantalizing, but it's still not like definitive evidence that you could say, okay, this thing is real, right?
Well, exactly. I mean, we get what we're given, and we can only present what we got, and hopefully somebody can come up with an explanation. But as far as physical evidence, no, we just have not gotten anything that we can really hang our hat on.
Yeah, and this is a good question. What evidence would Lon consider a slam dunk? Like what would be like, this is case closed, it's real, and here's the proof?
Well, just like with anything else, it's a cryptid, a body.
Mm-hmm.
If we had a body or a very good photograph, I'll take that. A good photograph or even a video. Yeah, sure. I'll take that at this point, because, I'm not really one that relies too much on photographic evidence, because, that can be manipulated. But
especially today. Yeah, absolutely today.
And, but no, if we had a body or a piece of flesh or something that came off of one of these things, yeah. But geez, you know, we're that's really grasping at straws. I don't think we're going to get that. So, you know, you never know. You never know.
Yeah, another great question, which may tie into the Mothman phenomenon. Hutch asks, has Lon heard any details that might involve the jetpack man at LAX to be the Mothman?
No.
No? So
For the
maybe
descriptions
unrelated.
I'm getting, that's some idiot out there by LAX flying around in some type of jetpack or some type of other vehicle. All I can say to him, I hope the hell he never gets caught, because he's going to do some time.
Some people think that it's like a helium balloon made to resemble a man with a jetpack on.
That may very well be.
I've seen one video that looks like that. That's got to be a real person. But then I saw another video that could be a balloon blown up and like put together to look like a man or stitched together somehow.
We have seen these human figured balloons in the past. We used to see them down in Mexico. With some footage we used to get down there. I have seen them here in the States, where it's a balloon shaped like a human that's just floating around, you know. Yeah, I've seen that. But as far as what people are seeing at LAX, I don't know what that is. I don't know. If it's some guy out there playing around, I mean, I for his sake, I hope he doesn't get caught.
Yeah. I mean, that would be like jail time, probably flying around an airport with one of those things. That'd be jail time. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, TSA does not play around anymore. Homeland Security, as far as airport security, you're going to do time.
Yeah, especially after 9/11, they're very hyper vigilant and nervous about anybody intruding on airspace, right?
Absolutely.
You never know what people.
That's why it's difficult for us to even put any surveillance out at the cemetery or around the airport, because they're not going to look too kindly on
that. And Las Gods is asking, do you know anything about the Van Meter monster?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell us a little bit about that?
That was like a pterodactyl pterosaur type being that was seen in this town. I think it was 1903. I don't know, but it was about over 100 years ago in a town by the name of Van Meter, Iowa. Van Meter, Iowa. And it looked. Chad Lewis wrote an excellent book about it. It's titled "The Van Meter Monster," the Van Meter Visitor. Excuse me.
Yeah, I have it right here.
It's an excellent book, and it's very interesting. There may have been two of these beings. Now, I don't know, but from the description, it seemed to be a pterosaur-like entity. And quite frankly, these pterodactyl pterosaur type flying beings are not unusual. We do get sightings of these now yet.
That's crazy.
Yeah. And
some friend of mine swears to me that there's an existing population of pterosaurs, like in the rainforest or someplace, and that they survived somehow the dinosaur devastation, and maybe they're smaller than they were back then, but they're still around. That's crazy to think about.
Yeah, there have been sightings in Papua New Guinea of a large pterosaur type being that they call the ropin. And there have been a lot of sightings of this thing, and they do seem to fly in flocks at some points, and people have seen these things. I have seen pictures of these things flying, and they look like pterodactyls.
That's crazy. Yeah. I've seen some pictures too, and I went, well, that's something I can't explain. You never know. And Lee Guy with Kindly Generous $4.99 super chat. Thanks for your kindness, your generosity, and your support of the show, Lee. He asks, is there a map with all the Mothman sightings pinned?
Yeah.
That would be kind of helpful.
If you go to my website, phantomsandmonsters.com, and you click on either the link that has the sightings listed or the interactive map link, it'll take you to the map it'll take you to the interactive Google map where I put all the sightings on.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find it here. Let me get to I'll share screen here. share your website and just again, so people can contact
on the right hand
you.
side of the website. If you do, we scroll right down there. It'll say either interactive map or it'll have the Chicago, Lake Michigan Mothman sightings. You went by it. It's up further.
Oh, I'm sorry about
Up
that.
there at the top. Yeah.
I'm a little visually impaired here. I have a
right there.
I do. I have
right
a
there.
Okay. Confidential. Donate to Phantoms and Monsters. Chicago, Lake Michigan, winged humanoid flying entities, sightings, and encounters. This one?
Yep. If you scroll
that's
down,
interesting.
there'll all be a link to the map. I think you went by it.
Okay.
It's
Sorry.
near the top. I'm pretty sure it's near the top.
Oh, yeah.
The second link there, it says cryptid
flying humanoid.
Yeah, that's it. Second one.
Interactive map.
That's
yeah.
it. That's it.
That's so funny that somebody asked and you actually did this.
Yeah.
You have an interactive map of Mothman sightings in this area. That is crazy. And we zoom out. Yeah, all within, you said it was a 250 square mile area that all these sightings are.
Yep.
Wow, look at all those sightings. That is crazy. That many bat-winged being observed, right? And you have a breakdown, winged humanoid observed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that is crazy. Crazy. Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? It went to another page. I'm looking at it, but the audience is like, what is he talking about? Sorry about that, folks. I didn't realize. So here is the interactive map. You could scroll out and see all of these, and they are all pins, and they have what happened. Yeah. Report of a winged being. We have humanoid.
And if you click on the pin, it'll take you to the full description of the sighting and the link.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah. October 31st, 2020, a group of friends in Waukegan see a pair of bright red eyes nearby bushes in a local state park. When they investigate, they hear a strange sound and they observe a 7-foot tall winged humanoid that ascends skyward. That's crazy. So you have descriptions of each of these too.
And
of
then
each
at
encounter.
the bottom, there's the link to the website too, where it has the actual description and the link.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, so if you guys are interested in hearing more about all of these encounters, they're all detailed here. And I'm going to go on over to our live chat. I'm putting a link to that interactive map in the live chat. That's something that I would have fun with, looking into all of that. Very, very interesting. But I wanted to see, I could show you have some pictures of the creature on your website.
Mm-hmm.
And that's interesting as well to see. But
you
you said that
some
some of
sketches
them are
made up by some of the people who have done this. That was one of the original sightings, but I think that was actually a butterfly, if I'm be honest with you.
Well, at least you're not as guy. Yeah, I was just about to say it looks like a moth or something.
Yeah, we're trying to figure out how that was even taken. But I don't know. It was taken by.
And you've got all the interesting, and you've got all the reports of things taken on the website as well.
There.
All listed there. So
they're listed there. Plus, they're also listed at our team website, which is cryptidhunters.org.
Wow, look at all these reports. This is crazy. That many reports of winged humanoid.
Just in the Chicago land.
Imagine what's going on all over the country, right? Have you heard reports that's happening elsewhere, or is Chicago really the epicenter?
Well, that's where most of the sightings have, but we've had worldwide sightings.
Jeez, it never ends. Look at how many sightings. That's crazy. Yeah. I love some of the artist depictions of this thing. That is creepy as hell. That's probably why I'm fascinated, and so many people are fascinated by it, because it's just bizarro that so many people are seeing this thing. There's got to be something to the phenomenon if this many people are seeing that.
Well, you would think
they can't all be owls.
Yeah, all the same descriptions, same scenarios. It is, and that's why this is this whole ordeal has has become so fascinating because of so many different people from different levels just reporting the same thing.
Oh, Spooky with a great question asks, is there a link between UFO sightings and Mothman? O'Hare 2006 comes to mind. So are people seeing UFOs while they're seeing this thing?
Yeah, we've had 2 UFO sightings in association with these things. Yeah. In fact, we had one just a couple months, about 4 or 5 months ago, a security guard in the south part of the airport where they're doing construction. He had a boomerang shaped UFO show up at the same time this winged being did.
I have a sort of a strange question that may not really be relevant, but one question I wanted to ask you is, in the areas where people are seeing this thing, have you used a magnetometer to see if there's weird magnetic fields in the areas where people are seeing these things? Because some people, one of my science-minded friends seems to believe, and there's some supportive evidence of this, that if there's strange magnetic fields, people's brains can be affected and cause hallucinations or things like that. Have you done any used any kind of scientific measuring equipment to see if there's radiation or strange magnetic fields or anything else that could be causing people to see?
When you use that type of equipment in an enclosed area like a home or something, when you're looking for magnetic anomalies in a house or if radio frequency fields, that can be discerned. But when you're out in the open like that, you're going to pick up a lot of stuff around that just may not be associated with the phenomena itself. If you had a huge piece of equipment that could pinpoint a certain location, yeah, I guess you could. We just don't have it. But I think that would take some type of high grade magnetic field, detector to be able to do that. Most of these sightings have been out in the open, and I don't know if there's really any way of really measuring that. We do have some indication that this cemetery has ley line activity.
Okay.
And that we might be able to pick up on that if that's the fact. But there's a lot of theories about ley lines, and I'm not really sure if that has much to do with this. But Chicago itself has a lot of ley lines.
Yeah.
From the lake on westward, there are literally dozens and dozens and dozens of these ley lines that extend out. But we do know from looking at a ley line map, which I guess does offer some accuracy, that there are 3 discernible ley lines at the location where a lot of these sightings have been seen. But we just haven't measured any of that as of yet.
Interesting. And there's another theory that I've heard that this is some sort of a government experiment that escapes or something. And Bobby Dogstone is asking, is there a weird facility of some kind in the epicenter of all these sightings?
Well, yeah, there is. I don't know if this is an explanation or not. The Fermi Labs, which is out in Cook County, which is outside of Chicago, it's in the suburbs, has a particle accelerator, and that's been there for about 45 years. It's the oldest particle accelerator in the world, quite honestly. But it was determined or stated that approximately 7 or 8 years ago, there was an accident there. Now, to the extent of the accident, I don't know what it caused or what it did. Did it open something up that these things are coming out? I don't know. But I know Fermi Labs started up the particle accelerator within the past couple of years.
This thing looks like the start of a bad science fiction movie right here.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I don't know how much of that is really what's going on. I have had people stake that place out in the past, And
Hey, look at it. This is a scary looking place. This looks like This looks like the headquarters of like a supervillain, right? Like
yeah,
Doctor
there's a lot of
Doom
stuff going
or
on
something.
there.
That is weird place. Weird place. And that's right near these sightings. I don't know if
It's
maybe
about
they opened
25, 30 miles from the area.
maybe they opened a portal by accident. You're saying they had some kind of an accident there
You know,
years ago?
the whole CERN particle accelerator theory does have possibilities, of opening things up. It is intended so. I don't think so, but who knows?
It looks even weirder on the inside of this thing. Look at the inside.
The place is
of it.
pretty odd.
That is an odd building. That it looks like a supervillain works there. Look at this. It looks like a superhero or supervillain headquarters. That's pretty crazy. That's funny, but you're not sure. You don't think there's any connection between this and the sightings?
I don't know. I mean, who knows? I mean, it could be. I mean, the fact that we were looking into it is, just to the extent of what we've been looking into. I mean, there's, we get all kinds of theories, but we look at every one that we get, and it's just another one on the pile.
Interesting. Yeah. This is another strange twist to the story. A particle accelerator being right nearby there, because who knows what kind of experiments those people are doing. CERN's a little scary to me, because then they say there's there's a 1 in a million chance that we'll open a black hole and destroy the universe if we run this experiment, but it's a very small percentage. It's a little scary that they're just like, let's roll the dice. We could destroy the universe. I think some things they rush into. It's like, just because you can do something doesn't mean you should do something, because who knows, right? What this stuff is doing,
I agree with you.
You're like playing with fire. Like, we'll just smash these particles. We might cause a black hole to, suck the universe away. But, Mark Tirana is asking, is there any large underground bodies of water in the areas of these sightings? I'm not sure what the relevance of that is, but it's interesting.
Well, of course, you've got Lake Michigan, and Chicago's got a lot of rivers. There are some ponds and such, but the groundwater level underneath the city is very high. Chicago's basically built on, I don't know how you want to call it, pontoons, if you want to say it like that. A lot of infrastructure had to be put into it when they originally started building it. I think the area originally had a lot of swampy area, a lot of water bogged area. So the water table is pretty high around there.
Interesting. I don't know if that can cause some kind of interdimensional rift or portal, or
I don't know.
You never know. I don't know. This is why this is an interesting topic, because there's so many different mysterious things to think about, and we don't have the answers, right? As what is causing these sightings? Where are they from? What are they doing here? It's a great enduring mystery, and it's been going. Do you believe that people have seen the Mothman throughout history, more than just the Point Pleasant sightings when it got popularized in popular culture?
Yeah, the winged humanoids, for the most part, have been seen throughout history. There's some reference to them. Them looking like moths, I don't know, But as far as a human-like figure, a humanoid-like figure with wings, yeah, that's pretty well documented throughout history. People have been talking about angels for forever, and I don't know if that's what they're really seeing, but there's been a lot of references to these type of beings.
Interesting. And Spooky is asking, has Lon ever had a personal experience with a cryptid or UFO? You mentioned that you saw
two.
Can you explain to us your sighting of it? You said you saw a winged creature. Maybe that's why you got so obsessed with this thing, right? Because
I think it has a reason as to why I was pointed into the direction of this. That's just personal feeling. But anyway, in 1988, I had been at an exposition in Baltimore, the Boy Scout exposition, actually, in Timonium Fairgrounds. A friend of mine who I went to school with and was in Boy Scouts with was there with his troop. I hadn't seen this guy in about 12 years, but anyway, we got talking, and we sat down, had some lunch and such, and he was, he had actually, when he was a kid, he and I used to hang out on the Gettysburg battlefield at nighttime, and used to camp out there, so he's seen a lot of things.
Yeah, I was going to mention that. My dad was a Boy Scout master, and we went to Gettysburg a lot and camped out there. Yeah. So I'm familiar with your area there.
So anyway, he told me, he said, well, look, he said, I know you're into the paranormal stuff. We got something going on out of Camp Conewago. The troops have been out camping in the woods, and this is around the late summer, early fall when this was going on. They've been camping out in the woods around the campground, and they've been hearing these screams at night and been scaring them off. They've been packing up and leaving. So he said, next weekend we're going up there. Would you like to come up? I said, yeah, I'll come up. So, this is 1988. I didn't mind sleeping in a tent back then on the ground. I wouldn't do it now because I'd never get up.
That's why I built a cabin. I got tired of that. I'm like, I'm building a cabin. I'm gonna have a bed and a stove. We got a microwave and an internet, even. So I'm done with tents.
I met him up there. We trekked into the woods, set up camp. We had 3 separate tents and had a fire going and everything. And we just sat around that evening. That was a Friday evening, and we were just talking about this and that. And very quiet night. I sensed maybe something was watching. You get that feeling like something's watching, but I didn't really think much about it. So the next day we got up, and the one guy, it was 3 of us, my friend and a friend of his. And he said, did you hear something walking around the campsite at night? And yeah, I did. I mean, I thought it was one of them getting up to relieve themselves or something in the middle of the night. I didn't think much of it. And nothing was disturbed at the campsite, so we didn't think much of it. So we went out into the woods, we explored everything. We were gone about 6 hours. I don't know how much we hiked, but we were out there a long time. We got back to the campsite about 6 in the evening and just started cooking dinner. And, we just spent the night talking, sitting around the campfire, talking football, this and that and everything else. And around 11 o'clock, we heard this scream. Now, it was somewhat far off, but we heard it. And I didn't know what it was. I thought maybe about an animal or something because there's a lot of wildlife around there. So I said, okay, I didn't know what it was. So about an hour or so later, we heard it again. But this time, it sounded like a human scream. It sounded like a child screaming. And it was kind of going in and out, like this thing was flying. So, okay, now we're getting a little concerned. Now, what was it? What was that thing? We didn't understand what we heard. So we said, well, we're going to stay up tonight, and maybe this thing will show up. Okay. So we were sitting there about another half hour or so. So I got up, stretched my legs, and I was walking out around the campsite. And I had this strange feeling. I said, boy, something just doesn't feel right. So I went back and I told him, look, let's grab the flashlights, go out onto the trail, because the trail was right beside our campsite. And the Conewago Creek was on the other side of the trail. So we were walking along the creek. So we were walking right behind each other up the trail, didn't get more than 50 foot away, and we all saw this thing standing in the creek. Now, the creek was very low this time of year, and the moonlight was pretty bright that night, so we could see pretty far off into the woods and into the creek. But we saw these 2 bright red eyes looking at us. And by the time we got the flashlights onto this thing jettisoned into the air, and you heard a literal whooshing sound when it took off.
Wow.
And as it got to its apex, we heard it scream, and then it was screaming as it was going away, so you could hear it, fading off. So my buddy, he was freaked. I mean, we got back to the campsite. He wasn't talking.
Back up your stuff and go, right?
Yeah. Well, the other guy, he said, "Did you notice anything on its back?" Yeah, I did. I noticed something on its back, and I figured it was probably wings. There was some type of structure on its back. So my buddy, we asked him what he thought. He said, "Well, I'm not staying here. I'm going up the administration building and sleep up there tonight." Yeah, him and his buddy, they went up there and stayed. I stayed down at the campsite. I wanted to see this thing, but it was quiet the rest of the night. So interestingly enough, I started the blog in 2005, and then I posted this thing about 3 years later about what I had experienced, and only a few people knew about it. So I posted on the blog, and very quickly I got a response from a guy who lived nearby the campsite, the campgrounds. He said, "I've been hearing that screaming sound for 20 years now, and I had no idea what it was." Okay, well, I don't know what it was either, but I told him what, of course he read what I saw. Then about a couple weeks later, I got another email from a scoutmaster who told me, he said, my troop was out in the woods camping one, it was very recent. And he said the boys went up on the trail and they came running back scared to death and said, "We saw a dragon." That's what they described as a dragon.
Oh, wow.
And he thought they were pulling his leg, they thought it was, so he didn't really take them too serious, though they were upset. So now he said, since I read what you saw, maybe they did see something. So anyway,
that's crazy.
Over the years since I posted, I've had 5 more sighting reports along the Conewaga Creek. Now that creek kind of runs west and then curls around and heads back towards the Susquehanna. And that's where it empties into. But along that route, there have been 5 more sightings of this red-eyed creature. And in fact, there was a newspaper article in the local paper about 10 years ago, and people are starting to call it old red eye now. So I don't know. I guess it's got a, it's kind of
and it started you down this,
and
this is what started you down the rabbit hole.
The way it looked to me was very similar to what the people have been seeing in Chicago. Now, is it the same type of being? I don't know. One of the ladies who is on the team said that she was told that my encounter was the same type of being and came from the same place these other things did in Chicago. Oh, I don't know how true that is. I mean, she's very forthright. And I think if they told her that she's telling the truth to me, telling me the truth. So maybe I've been destined to work on the Chicago side. I don't know. As freaky as that sounds, it may very well be.
Well, maybe you're right where you're supposed to be.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. It's weird.
Maybe it appeared to you because it said, "I need a good journalist that is going to go investigate me." And yeah, you never know. But listen, we're approaching 2 hours, so I don't want to keep you too long here. I want to thank you for taking the time. I'm always happy when we can get an expert on these issues to come here and help us maybe shed some light on what has been an enduring mystery for so long.
Well, there's no experts in this field, but I'm glad to help and to disclose what I can.
Yes, and I mentioned to everybody that there's a link in the description of the video so you can get Lon's books. I'm going to buy a couple myself. I have one of his books on aliens, but not all the other ones. Pretty prolific author, so please do support our guests and go and check out his books. I sure enjoyed his alien book, so I'm sure that you'll enjoy all of his books. And hopefully you'll come back. Maybe we can come back and talk Bigfoot or aliens or some of that other stuff. I'd really like it.
Anytime.
All right. Well, thank you for doing this. I appreciate it. You have a great evening, Mr. Strickler.
You too. Okay, you
take
care.
Bye-bye. All right, friends. Well, what an amazing talk on an amazing topic. This is something I've been interested in for so long. I love the story of Mothman because it's such an incredible mystery. What is this thing? What is it doing here? And look at that Chicago map. There's 150 people seeing these things. That's crazy. An enduring mystery will endure, right? But I'm hopeful that someday we'll still be able to get some answers about this thing, right? I'm hopeful that someday we'll be able to solve the mystery of the mysterious Mothman. And until that happens, I'll be reading new reports or new books on the subject if there's new sightings. And by the way, I happen to be in Pennsylvania, and according to Mr. Strickler here, there's a hot spot not far from my home, maybe a few hours drive. So we may do a road trip to that creek and see if we see anything. Maybe I'll do a camping trip and we'll see what we see. I'd like that. And I could take you guys along with me. I have a bunch of cameras and things like that. Yeah, that's something I'm going to put on my list of things to do this summer. Now, I want to remind you, there's a few ways that you can support our show. We're a viewer-supported show. There's that money button down there, the super chats. I try to thank all the super chats as they came in, but it's a little distracting when you're trying to interview somebody. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a short musical break, and when we come back, I'm going to read every single super chat and devote my full and total attention to the live chat. You can also join us on Patreon for as little as $1 a month, or send a PayPal donation at any time. The super chats you can only send here with that money button when we're broadcasting live, but you can always send a PayPal donation. But please, please, please be sure to add a note if you send a PayPal donation. The instructions to do that are in the description of this video. If you send a super chat, or excuse me, PayPal donation, add a note, put your user ID and anything you want us to shout out, and we will do that. Otherwise, the other best way that you can help me is to like, comment, subscribe, and share these videos. Also, just a reminder to those folks listening to the audio podcast, you're missing half the fun. If you're listening to the audio podcast, we appreciate you. We're glad you're listening to the audio podcast, but we record the show doing these live tapings here on YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook Live. So go on over to YouTube, put Truthseekers in the search bar, look for me, the strange guy with the glasses. That would be your host here, Stephen Cambion. So if you put Truthseekers in the search bar, we're the first thing that pops up. Smash the subscribe button, hit that notification bell, and you too will be able to come here and take part in our lively discussions. You can ask questions of our guests or me, give comments, give us suggestions for future shows. You are most welcome here. And we have Caleb Foster with a kind and generous $5 super chat saying, love the shirt, love the show, keep on rocking it, Stephen. Thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support. So here's what we're going to do. We are going to take a short musical break. And when we return, I will be reading every single super chat. Even if I've already read them, we'll read them all again just to make sure I got them all. And any PayPal donations we will be reading as well. And then we'll just have some time for the live chat. Rogue Status says, I'm down. Let's take a trip. You're hired. You're welcome to come with me. Rogue Status is right near me. So I think that sounds like a fun trip. Rogue Status, we'll get some beer and maybe find some pizza. Yeah, supplies, and we'll go look for Mothman. I'm already going to go look for Bigfoot this summer, so why not go look for Mothman as well? Thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support of the show, Rogue Status. For once, he didn't bust my balls when he sent a super chat. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a short musical break, and when we return, we're going to read each and every single super chat, make sure we got them all, and I will devote my full and total attention to the live chat. We will be right back.
Every word pushes farther away. I think it's time we cut these cords that bind us. I think it's time we let the story end. Touch me now. Disconnected. 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 Disconnected.
And we are back, friends. Greetings and salutations. I want to thank all of the kind and generous super chatters tonight. We're going to check in with that and see if we can not read them all again. Sometimes I miss one. It's very important to us here that we read every single super chat and thank every single person who is, of course, helping us to continue our journey here on the show. You guys all give me an attitude of gratitude, and I really appreciate your support. Let me check in with the super chats, and we're also going to check in with the PayPal donators. Warms my heart. There's people all over the world throwing a few bucks in our hat and helping us to continue this journey. Really, really thank you very much for your kindness, your generosity, and your support of the show. So I'm checking the PayPal donators. I don't see any new ones, though Spreaker just paid us. So praise the cash for that. I don't know what it is about Spreaker, but something about Spreaker annoys me because they pay in like 120 days or something like that. So I'm getting paid from like October or something now. They take forever to pay us. But hey, money's money. If it comes slow, at least it's still money. So I guess I shouldn't complain. We'll go over and check the super chats now, and I'll make sure that we read every single one. I'm just going to run through them again because we got a whole bunch of them tonight, and I do not want to miss a single super chat. So 1 second, I'm going to share this super chat breakdown. So Rogue Status, well, we'll start from the bottom then. Okay, so for tonight we had Sidvish with the kind and generous Norwegian crowns, 200 Norwegian crowns. Wow, thank you, so generous of you. Says, just because I have not fallen asleep yet, give Carrie a $5. I'll do that. Stephanie Jackson says, Stephen Cambion, you got to do a photo shoot. I don't think anybody wants to see me do a photo shoot, but thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support, Stephanie Jackson. Jesse Singer with a kind and generous $5 super chat says, thanks for a great week of content, Stephen. Yeah, it's been a fun week. I'm really enjoying myself this week. Area 503 with kind and generous $5.03. That's kind of his thing, 503. Says, thanks for the interesting conversation, you two. I love getting multiple views and opinions. And Lee Guy asked about a map with all the Mothman sightings pinned, and I couldn't believe that he asked that question. I asked Lon, and I couldn't believe what Lon has, which is an interactive map on Google Maps of all of the sightings. Amazing question. Thank you for your continued support and kindness and generosity to the show, Lee Guy, the bacon guy. Andy Kurtz, kind of generous $4.99. Have you heard of the pyramid in Lake Michigan? Strange electro manifestations, compass, etc. Andy Kurtz, I'm going to put that on my list of things to look into. And I'm sorry if we missed your chat during the interview. Maybe you wanted to ask Lon that. I will email him your question and see what he says and report back to you if I get an answer from him about that. Caleb Foster with a kind and generous $5 says, love the shirt, love the show. Keep on keeping on, Stephen. Thank you very much. And Rogue Status finally with a $5 super chat saying, I'm down, let's take a trip. He's in trouble now because now he's on the hook. He's got to go look for Mothman with me, right? He's got to go look for Mothman with me. So what we're going to do now is, I'm trying to pop this out. There we go. We're going to pop out the chat. We're going to share the live chat. I'll take comments, questions, suggestions for future shows, and interact with you guys here in the live chat. We'll get the chat up on our screen here. There we go. So questions or comments for me, please put them in all caps. Lord Ludicrous Plaid says, been a good week of fun with interesting topics and fantastic conversations. Yeah, this is exactly why I started a show, Lord Ludicrous, because if I have an intense interest in a subject, like let's say, for example, Mothman, I mean, if I didn't have a show, I can't just call up some of the authors and experts on the Mothman and pick their brain for 2 hours. But this show, the microphone here is my passport. It gives me a passport into these people's worlds, right? It lets me have access to some of these experts, and it also lets me take you all with me, which I'm pleased to do. You all get to come here on a journey. Rogue Status says, I saw a big-ass wolf in the Poconos when I was little, but officially no wolves in PA then. Yeah, Rogue Status, there's huge coyotes. They're not wolves, but they're coyotes near my cabin. But they're too big to be coyotes. They look like wolves to me. And a park ranger, I asked him about this. There's a state park right next to the cabin, and I saw a guy and, one of the park rangers, and they deal with the wildlife. So I went over to him and I said, excuse me, I keep seeing these huge, they look like wolves, but there's not supposed to be wolves here, is there? And he said, no, those are coyotes, but they may have interbred with either wolves or with domestic, bigger, like a big species of domesticated dog, which causes them to be huge. I've seen regular sized coyotes. These things near my cabin look like wolves to me. They look like gray wolves. They're huge. So maybe that's what you saw, Rogue Status, is a coyote that interbred somehow with one of these other species in the area. And that's what causes them to be so big. At least that's what the park ranger told me. One second here. Oh, the midnight hour at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Yeah, I almost forgot. Yeah, I got to do that like right now. Is it in did you put it in the drive, Spooky, for me? Poor Spooky. I'm such a terrible show host. I'm like, I have to give Spooky admin access because here's what happened, just so everybody understands. I keep doing the same thing. I say to myself, don't book a guest on Thursday because we do the midnight hour on Thursdays. But then I forget, or the guest says I could do Thursday at 7 p.m., not Wednesday. And I go, okay. And then I forget we have the midnight hour tonight. So I still have to upload the midnight hour episode. We had 15 was Stephen Best. 16 is Bob Lazar. What's the next one, Spooky? Oh, no, you gave me a link to it on Facebook. Yeah, so Bad Show Host, I'm going to post a link. I'll try to get it uploaded right now before I forget because we were going to do it at 10 p.m. 1 second, folks. Just bear with me. I think, you put it on your own drive. The appetite for disclosure. That's what we're doing tonight. No, I'm going to have to do this. I'm going to have to do this off air because it's not letting me download it, Spooky. It's letting me look at it. Yeah, I don't know if you didn't put it in the normal My folder, right? Yeah, we'll figure this out off air then. So I got to bolt then because we got to get that next thing up. And Spooky says Steven set it up. But it's edited and ready. Yeah, tonight is the Appetite for Disclosure with Stephen Cambion. That's the episode. It's a monologue about the tremendous appetite that people have for disclosure and what problems that could create, right? Yeah. Let's see. Oh, wait, it is here. I'm stupid. I'm sorry, Spooky. Spooky, you always need to keep in mind that I have terrible vision. So sometimes I'm looking, I was literally looking right at it and I didn't see it. I apologize, Spooky. It's right there in the folder where it's supposed to be. It's a good thing I didn't start cursing you out for putting it someplace, the wrong place, right? Yeah, so this episode is one of my favorites. It's called The Appetite for Disclosure. And it happened because a guest canceled at me 10 minutes, canceled on me 10 minutes. Yeah, I know. Now Spooky's messaging me. It's in the folder. What the fuck? No, it's there. I'm getting it right now. I got the thumbnail. I'm downloading the video right now. I'll put it up as soon as possible. I told you, got to remember that I'm literally half blind, Spooky. Okay? So if I don't see it, it's not because I'm stupid. It's because I'm half blind, right? Try to remember I'm half blind. Okay? Doing the best I can here. No? It's either this or I'm going to be standing on a street corner selling pencils, Spooky. That's where we're at. Spooky said, I was like, what did I do? Yeah. Yeah. So any more comments or questions for me, please put them in the live chat. I'm going over there to YouTube right now to upload the Midnight Hour. We're going to do that at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So you're welcome to come back for a double shot. We were going to skip this week, but to be very honest, these Midnight Hour show episodes help us to pad the numbers, so it gets us some extra views every week, and we don't want to not do that this week. The views may jet. I'm looking at these numbers like a crackhead every 5 minutes sometimes going, oh no, engagement's down. Oh no, the numbers are down. You know, how do we fix this? You know, Al Warrior, the kind and generous $3 says, good evening. Sorry I'm late to the show. That's okay, Al Warrior. We're just glad you're here. But could I get you anything? Like a watch, maybe? No, we're glad you're here. Late or not, we're glad you're here. Always glad to see Al Warrior, a longtime supporter of the show. Rogue Status, any interest in looking into the Dog Man? Sure. You know, I think we should get some like pepperoni, right? And those bacon treats for dogs and go looking for Dog Man. That'd be fun, Rogue Status. We could do that. We could do that. Spooky says, I make Steven work hard, guys. Sorry, I'll cut him some slack. I know. Spooky's always like, why don't you do an extra stream tonight? Because like sometimes we'll have finished the show for the day, but then something happens, you know, like, oh, do an extra show. Go live right now. Like, come and guest on my show, right? Spooky's got her own show now over there, co-hosting Butt Stuff with BJ's. That's the pinnacle of the fun, right? Ash Dobbs is here with the kind and generous $5 saying, thanks for the show. Night all. Thank you for kindness, your generosity, and your support of the show. I appreciate it. Moon Lick, has the room gone mute or did I black out again? Well, I don't know what's going on in Moon Lick's life, but he's having a little trouble focusing, right? And Spooky says, not just butt stuff. Yeah. Well, yeah. What else are you doing? You're doing this out of context CW and you're streaming video games, right? Tade Waba, 1 of 3. Okay. Yeah. Walter Corbin says, nothing, setting here, doing time card for next week. Well, I'm glad that you could listen to us while you work, right? That's a good thing. Podcasts and talk radio kept me alive in my last corporate job, right? I had to listen to something to avoid blowing my brains out at my desk. So for me, that was a lot of talk radio. Kept me sane. You can't just sit there at that desk all day. You want to blow your brains out, right? Mark Robertson is here and says, just in, hi at all. Good to see you here. Good to see you here. Al Warrior woke up from a nap. You were sleeping instead of watching my show? I'm very disappointed in you, Al Warrior. You should nap after you watch my show, right? We need all the listens we could get, right? Where will you do the midnight hour? Aaron Flores. It'll be right here on this channel, but I'll post it to Facebook as well. I know Aaron is sometimes in the Facebook comments watching on Facebook Live, so we'll be doing. Oh no, it won't be on Facebook Live, but I'll post the YouTube link on Facebook so that you're sure to be able to get it. Yeah, the midnight hour tonight. The midnight hour show will actually be at 10 p.m. because I don't want to stay up till 2 a.m. tonight. So we're doing it at 10 p.m. and you're welcome to come here. I'm going to be in the live chat. I'll be doing some other work, but I'll be paying attention to the live chat. The Sixth Sense says, I still to this day listen to talk radio to put me to sleep. There's something about it. That's exactly what I do. I cannot fall asleep without some kind of noise going on or something to distract my brain. So Walter Corbin says, blow my brains out at home. I work from home. All right, then don't blow your brains out at home. Yeah, that would be bad, right? So I guess what we're going to do is I just finished downloading the episode of the Midnight Hour, and now I have to upload it. So I'm going to bounce on out of here and take a short break. I still haven't eaten anything today, and I'm getting hangry, right? Getting a little bit hangry. So I have a delicious dinner waiting for me, mahi, which I don't get to eat very much. I don't know, especially with these supply chain issues. Foods that you like, I don't know, chicken or certain kinds of fish are becoming impossible to find, right? It's really crazy. So Spooky's asking me about tomorrow's show. I'll talk to you about that off air, Spooky. There's still things are in flux. That's all I could say. Things are definitely in flux, but we're working on that. So I'm going to bounce on out of here. We're going to get this. We're going to get this midnight hour show uploaded and ready for you guys. I will be in the live chat. It's 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, so y'all get a short break if you want to have a double shot of me. Who would have known that I would be that popular, right? I'm not. So, we shouldn't do two in one day, but we're going to today because reasons, right? Bobby Dogstone says, I just started a Twitter account to get your show. Yeah, well, you can hit the notification bell, but a lot of people don't get the notices, even when they hit the notification bell. I don't know why that is. YouTube is what it is. It's its own strange creature. So I apologize for that because people tell me all the time, I never get notices. Well, I am doing what I'm supposed to be doing. I don't know what's going on or why people don't get notices. Some things are beyond my control. So we just have to, the best thing that you could do is follow me on Twitter at Stephen Cambion. Every single show is posted a few hours before we do it. I'm trying to get better at that. Maybe I'll start posting them the day before the show happens so everybody knows. But a good rule of thumb is 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Monday through Friday. But some days we're just skipping. So we may skip a day. I thought a lot about things. And, some weeks it's real easy to bang out 5 live shows. And then some weeks you got 3 good shows. And now you're going to need 2 filler shows to round out the week. And I don't like the filler shows. We do our very best with every show, but some of them just seem like, I'd rather do less shows of higher quality. So we may be, tweaking things and only doing, like 3 shows a week, 3 live shows a week, because the other issue is that I want a little bit more time for production videos. And it always seems like that stuff never gets done because I'm so busy doing the live show. We have some production videos in Keel that I have to edit and research and do some things and do graphics and whatever for. So it just seems like I never get to those things. So we're trying to tweak things to get, to the sweet spot here. So what can I say, friends? I'm always happy when there's an audience. I can't tell you how happy I am that you were in mine tonight. I got to get to one of the world's experts on a phenomenon that I have been interested in since I was a child. And that would, of course, be the mysterious Mothman. And I got to take you all with me. That's the best part about this. It's a journey for me that I get to share with the rest of you. And I'm so pleased that I get to do that. Always happy when there's an audience. Like I said, tonight we had great numbers. I want to thank our amazing guest, Lon Strickler. We're going to definitely have him back. Interesting guy who has been researching cryptid creatures, phantoms, and monsters, and demons and aliens for 40 years now. I'm sure that there's a lot of knowledge there, and we would all benefit from him sharing more here. So we're going to reach out to him and see if he won't be a return guest soon. So I'm going to bounce on out of here. Join me at 10 p.m. for the Midnight Hour show, The Appetite for Disclosure. Until next time, friends, my name is Stephen Cambion. Good night, and God bless all of you.